We have a quorum here. We are in Parks and Recs proposed fees. Senator Pangilinan, you had the microphone last night and this morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I wanted to kind of just note, and I guess here, about, the way I look at it, maybe a disparity, I guess, in some of the increases. I know that there's no uniform. This is one of the increases, fee schedule, where there actually are differing percentage increases in the user fees for certain services, as well as facilities provided by DPR. In some of the former or fee increases we had reviewed before, it's almost uniformly across the board, either 200%, 500%, and everything else, but DPR has slightly varying percentage increase. And I noticed when I look at for example, the pool, the increase in the pool from a current fee of 50 cents to $2, and then trying to give a break, I guess, for bulk use, you might want to say, or a frequent user discount, you might want to say, from a average or a daily use to a weekly use is not a total of the daily fee, that you do actually get a frequency discount, if you want to call it that. But I looked at, for example, the movie making and commercial shooting in the parks only goes from $50 to $75, while use of the parks, for other users increase. For example, by 300% versus a 25% or 50% increase here. And I wanted to, and this is really from a public use to a commercial use. The public use is going to increase, for example, in the azotea from 50 to 125, which is, it's 125% increase. But the commercial use goes from just 50 to 75. So I want to increase the commercial movie making fee from the proposed fee of $75 to $125 an hour. And that's my motion. And I think it appears in two places on the fee schedule for the commercial movie making commercial use. To go to from 75 to 125.
Okay, that's good. Okay. So on the First Amendment, as proffered by Senator Pangilinan, to raise on the commercial, I see in parks reservations,
right,
commercial movie ad making from $75 an hour to 125 or 125.
Right, and it appears on one more page after that under the Recreation Administration fee schedule. Movie making, commercial shooting from the proposed 75 to 125.
Okay, so it would be movie making, commercial shooting from 75 to 125. So they're in two pages.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
And with the amendment by Senator Pangilinan and Senior Senator Pinco.
Well, I can see the disparity, Mr. Chairman, if it's not based on an hourly basis, but there's no shooting that actually is less than an hour. Sometimes it takes the whole day. And so if you were to multiply, assuming, that it would take them about maybe 4 or 5 hours for the shooting, and you know how it is to make an ad. That's for a 30-second ad. It takes probably, several hours before you can get the right shot. And so to me, the $75 is reasonable, because they're only there, to do the shooting, but not to have a party or, and so, if they were there for 2 hours, that's be $150. If they're there for 4 hours, it'd be $300. Versus all the others here that takes the whole day to actually to secure that place. And so I don't know. My thoughts is that the $75 as it is actually suggested here, to me, is reasonable.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Senator Pinko. Senator Espaldon?
Mr. Duenas, if I may, I just need to get a little better understanding also on that area, the commercial movie and ad making. Could you explain that to me, please?
If a commercial vendor wants to shoot an advertisement for a visitor's commercial.
At any of the parks?
Yeah, but I was told by my deputy director, who's been at the department almost 30 years, that you see these type of fees charged maybe once every 2 years. It's not a regular fee that comes up all the time.
So basically you're saying that if somebody wants to make a commercial at one of the public parks, that they would have to go to Department of Parks and Recreation and put a fee in for shooting film?
Yes, they would need a permit for that.
Oh, they would need a permit?
Yes,
Yeah.
and that would be the cost of the permit.
I'm just wondering, what's the purpose of that? If I come in, if somebody comes in with a camera and says they're going to shoot a commercial, I don't know. It seems to me it's a public park and it's out there. They're going to shoot some pictures and they're going to go. Hey, in other words, we get some people. Say, for example, Japanese. You see a lot of Japanese shoots going on here and there. Do they actually come in? Do they actually know that there's a fee they're supposed to cover? I mean, do we get any Japanese firms coming in?
Yes, sir, Senator. They usually coordinate with GVB, Japanese filmmakers, and they contact our department for this movie making or commercial making.
Well, then I guess the question next is that do we see more? I mean, again, you're saying you only see how many companies come in and avail themselves of that license or that permit.
Once a year, once every 2 years.
Once a year, once every 2 years. Are they normally local companies or are they off-island companies?
Local and off-island companies.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Espaldon. On the Pangilinan Amendment, Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a request for information from the DPR. For example, for the movie-making commercial shooting, does it start from the point where you reserve the area? Because they're going to have to set up, of course, the equipment, the setting and those things before the shoot. So when does the charge begin? To include preparation, setting up, then the actual filming, and then even the evacuation of the place?
Yes, Senator. Yes, Senator. Well, the company will come in and reserve the date and then the hour. They fill out a permit for what time they're going to start, and so we go and prepare the area that they're going to shoot at. So it starts when they initially put down in the permit.
Okay, yeah, that's all, because then now even if a 15-minute shoot is all it takes, but the preparation and everything, that's inclusive on the charge.
Yes.
Thank you.
But just let me ask also this clarification: is anybody actually monitoring it? Because if you're going on a per hour basis, you have to actually monitor whether they're there for an hour, 2 or 3, whether they setting up or whatever. You begin at the time when they come in.
One thing I think that's key to that is as we start increasing our ranger force, and one of the promising things that I see happening is 4 years ago at the department there was 1 ranger. There's 3 now, and I believe there's 3 more that are to be recruited in this year's budget. So I think as we start beefing up the law enforcement and the park patrol, you'll see that these issues get enforced more, and perhaps more revenues coming into the department because permits are being monitored.
Is there any other comments or questions? Is this a point of information? Or? Senator Espaldon, I'll just allow you to continue on.
I'm sorry, and thank you for indulging. I just have another question, and it comes to that enforcement side again. What are the ramifications? Say for example, the open space picnicking with a canopy. We've never charged anybody. You go to, I guess you go down to Ipoh Beach, you set up a tent, and you have a barbecue. Now we have a $10 fee. Are there any recommendations? I mean, again, it's just all under the, Mr. Chair, they're all under the
Yeah.
park reservations, so I just
Yeah.
wanted to kind of inquire along
Yeah,
those.
but can we dispense of the amendment first?
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. I was out of
well,
order.
I don't mind the general questions, but we have an amendment.
You're right, Mr. Chair.
So
I'm sorry.
if there's no other comments or questions on the amendment by Senator Senator Pangilinan. Senator Pangilinan, you care to close?
Yeah, just real quick, Mr. Chair. I think that when somebody comes in and we say they just come there and they shoot, you actually have to reserve that section of the park. Nobody else can come there. It's to their exclusive use. So it's not as if they just showed up and everybody still has free access on it. I mean, they need the privacy as well as making sure that nobody's in the shot and things like that. So it really is really exclusive use to them and for that period of time. So I just think it's reasonable to expect that since they're paying for exclusivity. If somebody rents a picnic shelter, people can still walk through the picnic shelter, through the parks, and so forth. So there's no restriction, and you're not shutting out access. And I think that's why I think a little bit of a kind of same fee increase. We're increasing the azotea use from 50 to 125, but people can still be around there. When with the park, if we're just going from 50 to 75, but they get exclusive use of it. So I think to me that's what I'm trying to just balance here and so forth.
Okay, thank you. Again, on the Pangilinan amendment, Senator Palacios.
Thank you. Now that it's clarified, and it's exclusive for that particular hour, and this is for commercial, I do support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And with that, if there's no objection, do you have an objection? Okay, there's been an objection to the amendment. We need to see a show of hands here. Amendment fails. Senator Pangilinan, continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to get a little bit better idea with regards to the use of the pool. Once again, it's very limited. We have one public pool. Is that correct, Joe?
That's correct, sir.
That's correct. So we only have one public pool. It's available to individuals as well as organizations, and we have very limited access. There are plenty of hotel pools and other club pools at the different membership fees that are available and so forth. But for the general public, there really is one use, and for people to avail themselves of that, we're increasing this by 200, 400% basically is about the daily rate.
And I'd just like to point out just a fact that the department has recently applied for a grant for $2.3 million. The department recently applied for a grant for $2.3 million with GURA to build another pool center up by the Dedido Sports Complex.
Yeah.
That's in line with the master plan up there, and it looks favorable right now.
Okay. And I just want to say that to me, I think that the daily use. Who is your most frequent users of the pool, Joe?
Bona fide youth groups, so they're not being charged. So I'd say of the 200 to 300 people who come to the pool a day, 90% are not being charged because by law we can't charge them. They're coming in as bona fide youth. The other 10% we are charging. It's coming out to about 50 cents a day, and we're making about $15 to $20 a day off of that. That is not what we make in revenues a month on the pool is not even covering the cost of chlorine per week at the pool. So that's where we feel that the government might not be recovering its costs.
Okay.
And there was an audit done by the public auditor that said that it didn't look practical for someone to sit there and collect 50 cents all day. We might as well just either increase the fees or dispense of the fee.
Mm-hmm. I like the dispense of the fee part recommendation, but we do have to pay for the cost of it, and whether it comes out of the budget or it comes in the form of a user fee, I just want to make sure that it's not an impediment
And the fee schedule is built in such a way that yes, it does show as a 200% increase. However, it's built to promote people coming up to the department, buying a month for volume discount. So you don't see daily transaction of cash. It's just creates better controls for the department.
Okay. So if I go on a monthly fee, it's about, if I buy a monthly ticket, it's still a little bit more than the current daily rate, right?
Yeah, if you
About
bought a monthly,
70 cents, 85 cents, maybe somewhere around there.
if you bought a monthly ticket, it would cost $6.25 a week. And if you swam all week, it would be $1.05 roughly that you'd be paying. And we'd like to see that department. We'd prefer that they buy the monthly.
Yeah, it'll be less than that, Joe, because if the monthly rate is $25 and there's 30 days in a month, it'll
the
be
pool's closed 1 day a week.
Oh, it's closed
Yes,
1 day
on
a week.
Mondays first, yeah.
okay. All right.
So,
So-
it would come out to about $1.05 a day, which is the price of a cup of coffee, less than a cup of coffee. And again, this doesn't affect our bona fide youth, because they're coming in for free right now because by law we can't charge them.
Okay, so these guys will be the water polo guys?
Yeah, the water polo guys. And again, even at this, we're still not going to recover what
Sure.
it costs for chlorine. Just for chlorine. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, senior citizens are exempt?
Yes, I believe they are.
Okay, and then the youth groups?
90% of the people that come in the pool do not pay a fee because, again, they're exempt by law.
Okay.
And they're coming in under bona fide youth, under DOE, under programs such as that.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Mr.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. Senator Espaldon, did you have the questions? I know earlier Senator Espaldon.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to go back to that area in terms of the fees for setting up canopies at the park.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, what's to prevent them from anybody from just going down to the park on a Sunday, on a whim? There's a lot of families sometimes. It's like, okay, let's get out of the house. Let's go down to the beach. Let's go set up a pala and let's go barbecue. Call Uncle Tsu and tell him to bring some ribs. I mean, I guess the problem I have with just setting up a canopy, it seems like such a spontaneous thing for our local families to be able to do, and yet by imposing a fee on them at $10, does that prevent them from doing anything like that? I mean, because there is no policing at this point in time, I guess it doesn't prevent them.
Well, basically, if this were to go into effect, it would be policed the same way that we police the pavilions and the shelters, where if someone's there without a permit, the ranger could charge them and give them a ticket for criminal trespass, if you will.
For criminal trespass?
That's basically what the vehicle that they use to
Okay.
ticket.
Normally, how much does that cost? How does that violation cost?
I couldn't say, sir.
Okay.
But what we also don't want to see is people setting up canopies and staying there, and that does happen a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I come? And also, usually on Sundays, the whole facility is occupied and permitted out, and some families will like to just rent the open space, and so that's why we put
So
in a
they
fee.
do actually come in and say, "Can we
Yes.
just rent open space?" I mean, it's public information. I mean, this is new to me. I never knew that. I guess because we never was a fee. But I mean, how do we disseminate that information out to the public that from now on we're going to charge you for setting up a tent if you guys want to barbecue?
Well, generally, when people come up to the department for example, EPAL, they'll say, "We'd like to rent these shelters," and at that time, our person will tell them, "I'm sorry, those shelters are taken this weekend." They might ask at that time, "Well, what if we set up a canopy?" And this now gives the department a vehicle to say, "Okay, we'll charge you whatever the fee was proposed here, $10, and on top of that, please put your cleaning deposit down." Okay, and that's just an extra vehicle for the department to keep the parks clean by charging the $10 and also taking that deposit, because people are more cognizant that, hey, I need to pick up my trash and make sure it's gone, and then the government doesn't have to add more employees to police the whole thing over the weekend.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that. Again, I just feel for those families again who, on a whim, decide it's a good time for a family outing, and they go sit up and then they get fined or cited what is that, criminal trespass? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I see where you're coming
You
from.
know, and it's like, you know, without really full knowledge, or if spontaneous on a Sunday and Parks and Rec is not open, what do they do, right? I mean, to me, I'm more in favor of encouraging outings like that amongst our families. I mean, I would be more inclined on that one particular line, the open space, picnicking, and canopy, to delete the $10 and let's keep it at zero. Again, more in favor of the local families to be able to just set up shop, and again, to encourage family outings. So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we strike the proposed fee of $10 and keep it at zero for those who just want to go on an outing.
Okay, this is on page
Two.
the first page of the fees.
Yeah, the first page.
So
of the
it would
fees.
be the second line under park reservations, open space, picnicking, and canopy. Proposed fees at $10. He would like to see it reverted back to zero. Okay, the amendment by Senator Espaldon. Senator Palacios?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have to object to that amendment. And I think it's not so much the charging here, but essentially I think the way I look at this is not so much a fee to set up the canopy, but more so a permit to reserve a particular place. I remember when one needs to use, for example, the pavilion, you just don't go there. I mean, you can go there and use it without a permit, but if somebody's already permitted to use that, in other words, reserve that for that weekend, the person that just walk in would have to get out because the person that already paid that. So I think this is actually probably more appropriately categorized as a reservation fee or as a permit fee, so that the family is guaranteed that particular spot or that particular pavilion or that particular open area. And not so, because anybody can go out and set up canopy there, I think, right now. But with this new one, I can be sure that if that area for next weekend, I want to set up a birthday get together with my family, then I will permit, and I can be guaranteed next weekend that that area is already reserved for me. And I think that is how I see this permitting as important and necessary, and not to keep out people that do not pay, because I don't think that it would be illegal to. I like to encourage people, but limited space, limited areas, more people in need. These permitting systems or fee systems, I think, will accommodate those that really, I guess, are willing to pay and make a reservation. And for that is my reason. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Palacios. On the Espaldon amendment, Senator Shimizu?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we support TC, Senator Espaldon, ni po nasuwajid 10 pesos di pare open space picnicking / canopy. I use the park a lot, and let me give you one perfect example. When I rent the pavilion, I pay $10. Okay, the open space, like for example at EPAN, you know, we have our volleyball courts or running the kids, or they put the, so forth. How far am I going to pay for that open space, that open range? You see, that's like a common area. And that's one reason why I would support leaving all those open space and common areas too. Because how do you pay for open space by adding $10? Like in EPAN, I go to the pavilion, and then they have that big open strip there where all the kids run, and we want to be able to also step out of the pavilion and to use that open space to put a tent attached to it, to the area, so that it can cover the barbecue pit. Because when it rains, sometimes so then they say, well, we rented the pavilion, but you got to pay for that open space where the barbecue is outside of the pavilion. So I think it makes more sense for me to just keep it to the shelter, the facilities, and leave the open space and open skies and as like a common area. To just how far do I come with my $10 and say, on the open space, I hereby take this old open space in like EPAN. So I support my good Chairman, because the canopies, I mean, the big infrastructures that they have, they're fine, but in the open space, where do you draw the line of open space and open skies and open, you know what I mean? We're going to, the intent, I think, is really for the pavilions and so forth, and, you know, we have barbecue pits that are right next to pavilions, and we may want to put a tent on it, and it's not within the pavilion. So I support my good senator to delete that portion. And for that very reason, that let open space be just what it is, open space. Otherwise, you know, do the demarcations, you know, and we don't want to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Shimizu. On the Espaldon amendment, Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I certainly want to echo the remarks of the retiring speaker. I think everybody's pretty familiar with regards to the structures, that they are by reservation. They are posted. Is that correct, Joe?
Yes.
That these pavilions are for use are by reservations, and I don't know if you have the fee structure there, but I think it's almost
In most areas.
in most areas, you know that if you walk into a pavilion and nobody's there and you sit down and put up your barbecue pit, you know, because it's posted, that somebody may have reserved that. And when they come, usually people kind of respect that and say, oh, sorry, you know, and then they move to an open space, or, you know, in some instances, right? And we don't want to kind of restrict that. Now the guy has to get up and just go away because he now also doesn't have open space permits and so forth, so or reservations. So I want to continue to encourage public use of the parks and so forth, and there really is no way to demarcate the open space. I mean, if you're going to be charging a fee, you're going to want to be able to stake it out then. And what are you going to do? Come back there and, you know, Friday night, pound stakes, this open space is reserved, that open space is reserved. I think people will know and respect. And really, for the most part, we haven't had that many altercations in the parks. I think the people of Guam are fairly, you know, social in that respect and respectful, you know, and so forth. So, and I do want to provide that spontaneity, you know, if you go, Lana, we go down there, man, and we find out, you know, they're going to chase us out. And I just don't think that, you know, that's the purpose of open public places. And there's few and far between now with regards to people, you know, restricting access to beach fronts through their property and so forth, even though the high water mark is public use. Trying to get to that high water mark is becoming so limited with the advent of all these beach fronts, you know, being bought up and people not having access to them. So I just don't want to provide any additional restrictions on public open spaces, and for that reason, I do support deleting that fee.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. On the Espaldon amendment, Senator Wampat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I really understand, of course, you know, everyone's concern, because I feel the exact same way in terms of wanting families to have, you know, a wholesome type of activities, and we need to promote more family outings, and something that you don't really have to go out and spend money for. You know, people always ask when they come to Guam, well, what is there to do without having to go to places where you're going to have to pay? And I think by families spending more time together actually creates greater value. We're teaching the children a lot of other things as well about family being together because of this fast-paced life that we all lead. And even here in Guam, in little tiny island of Guam that, you know, is supposed to be slow, laid back and all that, and yet we're always in a mad rush, and we can never get together. So I like the idea of yes, not having to pay fees, you know, to come there spontaneously to say that, okay, let's, you know, just pull over and have a little outing. My concern when I read the part about canopies, because I've rented canopies, and one of the things that I'm always told is that when we can set up a canopy, but we can't dig into the ground. There's part of the Guam historic preservation that in like our parks that we're not allowed to do that. And I'm just wondering, what can we do that we're going to allow this to go on without them coming to pay a deposit, and then at that time when they do and they're informed of this, is that we need to make a really big pitch or an awareness program somehow, post it throughout the parks. The reason is not just because we don't want them to not set up a canopy, and we don't want them just to say you will not or do not dig, you see. And just the very nature sometimes of people, and I know this, I've seen this with children, is that the minute you say no, they want to do the opposite. But as soon as you give them a reason why we shouldn't do it, and I'm going to tell you, almost all the time, 99% of the time, then the children would understand, and adults would understand as well, is that we want to protect whatever is there because of our ancestors. And that's why, we're saying we don't want you to go and break up the ground where the parks are at. So I know it's going to be a lot harder, and I know you're limited in your resources, and that's why I asked that question last night, was that what are some of these deposits going to be for? And will they be used to educate? Will they be used to repair and maintain, the facility? And I know that part of this cost is that if you clean the parks, you get your deposit back, and if you don't, then you don't get it back. And I also know that, and this is the other thing, and this is the honest truth, is that when you make a lot of things free, people take advantage of it. They don't care. They don't take care of it. But when as soon as you have to take it out of your pocket, you're going to make sure then that you're going to get your money back. It's the same way with children. When we give them whatever they want and then they don't care, they just give away that expensive toy because they know that, again, they're going to get another one again, and it's going to be free. They're not going to earn it. So, I mean, I'm really kind of caught only in the sense that I don't really want to charge, but then I'm wondering whether, yes, could it be a refundable type of a fee, or then what can we do then to make sure that when these canopies are being set up, that they really don't go and destroy then the parks?
Yeah, I believe when we put this together, if you see the Warren the Pacific Park down here, there are no pavilions down there, but it's my understanding that they still need to get a permit if they're going to put a canopy up, and they still need to pay for the space. And I think the logic we had when we put this together was that, yes, you tend to take care of the place better if you put a fee down. And once you put a canopy up, it's no longer common area anymore. You're claiming that spot, And that was the logic, but we do respect the logic that we've heard, and that was just a fee that we thought we might be able to charge for. Because, again, these fees go back into the park system.
So would it be best then that, yes, they can open space picnicking, that they can go to and use the space wherever it is, but then not set up a canopy?
Yeah, this would be picnicking, but with a canopy.
No, but what I'm saying is free picnicking, wherever they want, but without a canopy or something. I don't know. I mean,
that wouldn't be.
I know it's kind of hard with the heat here.
Yeah, no, there wouldn't be a charge. For example, if every night, if you drive to a park at night, you'll notice a lot of people go there, unfortunately, to drink, and they just pull in. They're not required to have a permit. We don't have a fee for that, and it's just somehow it's become a custom. Where after work, the boys pull up together. They go down there, they park, they drink their beer, they leave their beer there, and they get intoxicated, then our guys have to go clean it up the next day. That's what the reality of what's been happening in the park system.
Maybe what I like to do then is amend this, and that maybe the open space picnicking will be zero, but the open space, canopy type picnicking, that there is a $10 deposit. And they get their money back.
Yeah, again, we would be up for any of that, yes.
So I'm amending the amendment. The chairperson who proffered this is that open space, just open space with no canopy, is zero. Open space with canopy is a $10 deposit.
Or if we could base it off the deposit fee system structure that we put together based off the amount of people, that would make it easier. In the,
Where? There's another section. Oh, you mean the cleaning deposits?
Yeah, we have a sliding scale of what the deposit is. For example, if there's going to be 100 people there, the deposit generally.
Oh no, we're just talking about not zero. I mean 1 to 15, 20 people like that. So that's kind of cumbersome. You're right, because then you have the other page there. That's okay, Mr. Chair. I'll just go ahead and withdraw that amendment then.
Okay, thank you, Senator Wampat. On the Espaldon amendment, Senator Mooney Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joe and Greg, thank you for coming here this morning again after a very long evening. Mr. Chair, I'm going to share the same sentiments with the author of the amendment, Senator Espaldon. And when we talk about what fees are proposed today, we look at what is literally facilities that are concrete that can be utilized versus the open area. And we look at the shelters, we look at the pavilions, we do look at EPAW with the amphitheater, we look at the azotea, we look at the kiosco, the bandstand, and I have no problems with those concrete structures being assessed a minuscule fee. But when it comes to the open park, beaches area, I've got to share the same sentiments of the author that it's a public beach, it's a public park, it's a public area. And when we look at our families and we look at our culture and we look at who we are as a community, we've got to be able to promote family unity, family bonding. And sometimes our generation today literally live from paycheck to paycheck. And some of us can afford to take our children and our relatives to the movies and to the game arcades, to the fun fairs that the private businesses have to offer. But then there's some of us who in the community cannot afford, because we have so many family members. And it'd be a shame if we had to choose who we could take and not take based on having to put an assessed fee on an open area. I'm going to have to agree, Mr. Chair, with the mover of this amendment and support that amendment to not have a fee for that open space area and canopy. And again, the intent when the concrete structures and pavilions and facilities were being built, it was based so that we can assess a fee. I mean, that we look into providing that structure or that concrete structure for the use of our community. But in the open area, I still think it should be free. We've got to continue to have an avenue where our community can bond together as family, as friends, as groups, as whether it be baseball groups, basketball groups, soccer groups. And of course, you can tell I'm a sports fanatic. I brought those team groups up. But we've got to be able to provide for that free service. It's a public area. And I understand in the proposed fees, you've got some current cleaning deposits that can work on that, and I can probably speak on that later on if there's anything proffered that way. But right now, Mr. Chair, to the good author on this amendment to not assess a fee on that open picnicking canopy area, I truly support that amendment.
Okay,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much, Senator Mooney Barnes. And would you care to close your amendment, Senator Espaldon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to reiterate, well, actually, I want to go back to one point that the director did bring up about guys after work who come to the beach. The boys go down to the beach. They do a little barbecue. They leave their trash behind. Again, the way we're looking, I support a lot of the fees that you're proposing, and maybe we can provide some of those fees to go towards that cleanup. I mean, I think that's the whole purpose of trying to raise some of the fees that haven't been raised in such a long time, so you can accomplish the mandates that you have in terms of keeping our parks and clean and recreations clean and safe. But in this particular instance, because it is kind of an inherent part of the way of our lifestyle here on this island, to be able at the last minute say, call up Auntie so-and-so and Uncle Chu and the boys, let's go have a barbecue, it's a beautiful day, and then to eventually face the potential that you may be charged with a criminal trespass or whatever that citation or charge may be, that kind of puts a damper on the whole spirit of the occasion of bringing the family and friends together. And in this instance, then, I guess the overriding point I'd like to bring across is that when we make our decisions in this body, yes, we look at fiscal responsibility, we look at how we can help the government take care of the facilities that we do have, but in the overall sense, the overriding concern is what is in the best interest of our community. At this juncture, when we're talking about open space and allowing our people to go ahead and come together on a whim, if that's the way it is, without having to face any kind of concerns of having to pay any kind of fees or permits or face the possibility that they might be cited for criminal trespass, I think this goes against the grain of what is in the best interest of our community. So again, I would ask my colleagues to support this amendment and perhaps just deleting that $10 charge. I mean, $10 is a nominal fee, yes, agreed upon, but then because it is so nominal, and when you compare it to the benefits of family bonding time and friends bonding time, I think this is one of those fees that we could probably waive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Espadona. The Espadona amendment, is there any objection? No objection. Amendment carries. Senior Senator Pinko.
I just like to ask some question for clarification on the fees, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
If I
Mr.
may.
Duenas?
Okay. On the proposed cleaning deposits, okay. You have here one, I think it's page 3. Okay. 1 to 100 persons, and then you have the $75. Then you have the $150 for anything beyond that, and 251 to 500 is $250. Then 1,000. Question: is this refundable?
Yes, it is.
So okay, there's like for the use of EPO Park, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but how much do they pay for the use of the EPO Park?
If they're going to use a shelter, we're proposing that they pay. It was $10. We're proposing $15. Okay. If they have 1 to 100 people, we're proposing that if they have a party of 100, that they put a $75 deposit down, trash deposit.
But if they use the pavilion, but there's so many occasions there where they're not using the pavilion though. They're just using the center of the park. Like they have a big fiesta or some type of a group, but they don't necessarily use the pavilion at all. So you don't charge them.
No, they only get a deposit if they come and rent a shelter or the pavilion. Then they have to put a trash deposit down, and we found this to be very effective as far as keeping the parks clean.
Okay, well,
The reason why we
is there
changed,
any limitation then in terms of who actually rent the place? Yeah, if it's a government to use, like Labor Day, for example, do you charge them?
I don't know if we've charged in the past.
Because they would put up their pavilion or they extend their wherever they're located, they're pre-mapped out, and sometimes they have 40 by 80, and they decorate their sides. But do you charge them? Because sometimes they're there for over a week. That's preparing.
Usually the committee requests for a waiver on that for the
Yeah, but if we
government.
establish this, does the director have the right to waive?
Yes, sir.
You sure on that you have the right to waive any fees here?
Let me look into that, and I'll get back to you, sir.
Okay, that will be my question now. If they do clean it up, So you're going to refund the $1,000 or the $75 and $150, right? Because you've already charged them. I
Yes.
think you need to look at that more so that.
Well, again,
There's so many events down there that I've gone to. They have not used the pavilion, but they certainly did use the entire park.
uh-huh.
They set up their own pavilion. And I went to a non-profit organization fundraising down there, and they have their own booth, but it's all of them are canopies. Okay. On the following page, you have the community program. I like a clarification in terms of, okay, you have here 25% surcharge, like on the very last community programs, league and tournament, 25% of what?
Instructional class.
Surcharge.
I believe that was 25% of what they were charging their participants. For example, if a martial arts class is $40 a month, the department traditionally would take $10 of that.
So you give them a 25% surcharge discount?
I guess they were doing profit sharing, where if you're an instructor, you have one student, you're charging them $40. The department at this point would take $10. What we're saying is, if you can take the room, $25 an hour flat fee, just to simplify the.
Okay. The other question I have is further back under Paseo Stadium. Okay, this is for DPR control only. This is 20% of regular. What's regular?
Yeah, again, what we had discussed and last night was that the department over the years has come up for some reason with there's no real method behind it, with how much they charge a nonprofit group for the same service. What we had come up to simplify the fee schedule was that for now on, we were proposing whatever the regular rate was, the department would just give a 20% discount to the nonprofit group off of that regular rate. And so that would be in line with that.
$50?
Was it 50%? Yeah, it could be 50% now.
50%?
Yeah, after last
Okay.
night. Yeah.
Okay, further back, you have the Tijan football soccer field. You have the nonprofit and the profit. But you know, Joe, I don't know whether they're still playing up there, but I remember that the Guam Football Association were the one that actually cleaned and mowed the place, and they put in a lot of money in that area. So let's see.
Yeah, I don't know what the arrangements are existing, but we just built off of the regular fee schedule. We just added to the regular fee schedule.
But you be charging them on a daily basis, because they do most of the maintenance, everything, and they clean up the place after their games.
I can look into that. Those arrangements are usually made at the sports complex, but I'll check into that on how they're billing that.
Okay, well, no, those are just some of the questions that I do have on the fees, but it needs to be actually, spelled out clearly here, because like the word regular, 25%, surcharge of what? Unless you make reference to other section of the fees here, or do you have, other exhibits that gives you that 25% surcharge, then it's not very clear.
Yeah.
And the point is that who's going to set up the surcharge and how much? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Ambinco. Senator Lujan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe and Greg, how many pavilions do you have down at IPAO, roughly?
We have one pavilion, which is the big pavilion.
Okay, the big pavilion, and then
Yeah.
the small kiosk stuff.
Yeah, those are called shelters.
Shelters, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
in the fee schedule.
Okay.
15?
There's 15 shelters? Okay, just 1 second. There's 15 of them?
15, yeah.
Okay,
Over. We're over.
a little over that, okay.
Yeah, more than that. Wait, 4, 3,
About 20 then maybe? 20, 25? roughly?
Roughly 20.
Okay, just okay. Earlier, and I asked you this question earlier, and it was brought up by the senior senator in regards to, say, like Labor Day. Now, there's a committee, I understand, that puts together the Labor Day picnic. Am I correct with that?
Yes.
So the committee approaches the Department of Parks and Recreation asking for the waiver of fees, right?
Yes.
Basically, and it's the authority of the director to waive the fee, right? Yeah.
Traditionally, that's correct.
Traditionally, that's been the case. Now you have power and water down there, right?
Yes.
Okay, that are utilized in those times, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what happens to the power and water that are utilized that day? Do you guys absorb the cost with the waiver?
Yes.
Yes?
The department would absorb the cost, yeah.
Okay. See, I have a problem with that, Mr. Chairman, in the sense that, and I understand the waiver, but here we are, we're saying every entity, if you want to have a party down there and rent a pavilion, you pay $15, or a shelter, you pay $15. You look at the shelter, which is, or I'm sorry, the pavilion, the big one is $75, okay? But when it comes to government, we have a waiver of everything, even using water and power.
Well, I understand the logic, but at the same time, it could be argued that we're a government agency, and once a year, we celebrate the hard work of our people.
No, I understand that, and it should not. The once a year as a nation we look at labors, okay. But in regards to rent, that's what I'm saying. Because what I'm trying to get to here is that if you didn't waive that and you didn't have that function down there, okay, only one renter, a private or one renter that will rent a pavilion at $15 or a shelter at $15, you would make more money that day. Sure. by that one person that's going to party in one shelter than you would at the whole park.
And that's correct.
With a government entity partying.
That's correct.
That's correct, right? Okay. See, the idea here is to try to generate funds at fair and equitable as possible. And you just told me that you waive the cost of water and power as well. That is used down there. I mean, I know there's power being generated. Some of them being generated by generator power, but I'm sure a lot is generated by GPA power that the agency has to absorb. And as the senior senator had said, that basically in days leading up to the celebration, the grand celebration, most often than not, that you probably aren't able to rent facilities down there, shelters and maybe pavilion, because the government is getting ready for its party. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that at least for that one day, I'm not saying that the week leading up to or the few days leading up to that you're not renting because again the government is getting ready to party. That at least that one day they pay the cost, and the committee will pay the cost of. I mean, and you can come up with a government fee for that one. For that one entity, but you need to recoup the cost. Like I said, you guys have to eat the cost of power and water. That the meter is running, and GPA and Guam Water Works will not say, okay, well, we're going to waive your bill for that day because the government partied. I mean, if there's going to be a waiver of fees, then at least for that day, what you generate, what you use up in waivers for government to party, water and power, that at least that if you're going to waive that, then maybe the reciprocating entity will say, okay, we'll waive that meter running that day as well.
Senator, yes, I remember back then we did announce to the committee that whoever needs water or power has to have to pay a fee on it. This is back then, in probably 10 years ago.
Okay.
To pay a fee on the connection of water and the power.
Okay.
And usually, at present time, usually they bring their own generator for their own power, because most of the shelters, the small shelters, don't have power connected to them.
Sure.
Yeah,
So we'll look into that and
Yeah.
And
what we're charging back then.
No, like I said, again, we want what is fair, and we don't want to deprive entities from that grand thing, but we don't want it at your expense, at your loss.
Yeah, and I understand the logic behind that, but here's another analogy, right? If the government of Guam were the Palace Hotel, right, and once a year the Palace Hotel do a party for its employees, the Palace Hotel would not charge its employees for the use of that room for the sake of employee morale and welfare. That would be a similar situation in this case, and I understand your logic, Senator.
Well, and that's what I'm saying though is that if their waivers of fee are going to apply across the board, then there should be a waiver of make sure that your power and water at least that day your meter is not running to you, and why should you absorb that?
And yes, and Greg just mentioned a vehicle that we could look into.
Sure.
Sure.
And the other thing, like I said, days leading up to the grand event, you're pretty much not renting shelters down there or pavilions because the government entities are preparing to parties. So you're depriving again. It's not just that one day, and probably not the next day as well, because how many days does it take to clean up after the event?
About a day.
About a day? Okay, so the day of, the day after, and possibly maybe 3 or 4 days before that? Okay, so approximately 5 days, basically, that you're looking at Parks and Recreation not making money in its facilities down there, only again to waive a fee. And that's the point I'm trying to make.
Yes,
that
yes.
we're not looking at the days leading up to that or even the day after. I'm just looking at recouping at least a cost for a one day and come up with some kind of schedule to make it again so that you minimize your loss.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because like I said, if only again 5 days leading up to that event, and you're not renting pavilion or shelter, only one person that will rent the shelter for $15 for those 5 days, you've made more money than when the government is in there.
And understood.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Understood.
So if you can come up with maybe some kind of equitable fee schedule, again for that, to recoup the loss that you incur right now for that one day, because it's not just that one day, it's days leading up and the day after.
Sure.
To do that. And nobody's wanting to stop a party, it's just we wanted to make sure then that the schedules are in there, that in regards to eating the cost, that if in fact you waive this, that all reciprocating agencies should do a waiver as well in what you normally absorb.
Sure.
Okay? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Lujan. As I look to the body, I think that's all the questions are on the Espadon amendment on parks. I'm sorry. I'm talking on the main amendment, but on the Parks and Rec fees, Senator Palacios.
Just a question. You see on the advertising and the billboard it says negotiated by DPR. Cannot DPR come up with some dimension size so that just much like advertising space and those things, something like this negotiated, it's actually open to discretion, and this allows for occurrence of inconsistencies. I think we can be a little bit concrete on this, and that's my concern. And the same thing with what it says here, for example, under the use of the pool and the beach, and it says here the proposed fee from the current fee you have concrete numbers. And then the proposed fee is a variable on cost. Can we have some kind of figure there so that there can be some consistency?
Yeah, one thing we found.
I know that probably this will build into cost, the materials, educational materials, handouts and so forth. But as a consumer, as a user, I would like to know in advance some kind of idea, what it would cost. To take a lifeguard course instruction, for example.
Yeah, one thing we found is like if you look at this fee schedule, right? It's been 20 years since this has been updated. Okay, so if we don't put a variable based on costs, I think what happens is materials and things like for lifeguarding, for CPR, it turned to the point where the department no longer does it because the department cannot afford to charge it because of the fee schedule. That's why we put that in there, to make sure we do recover some of our costs.
So actually, this one will be actually a living provision, so that next year you can still, I mean, now the cost is higher, and then 5 years from now, then the cost is higher.
Yeah.
So you don't need to come back for an approval, for an adjustment.
Yeah,
And this is dangerous.
Yeah, in reality, if you look at the government, it's a lot of departments such as DPR, it's been 20 years. I believe land management, it's been since 1960 something.
You know, if this language is adopted to replace the concrete figure for these items here, then in actuality, the fee is based on your discretion.
Yeah, but again, the people who sign up for the classes, if it's too costly, obviously they won't sign up for it. And this language was put in there to ensure that the department doesn't lose any money, or that it doesn't become cost prohibitive to where the department no longer offers the service, such as our first CPR. $30. The Red Cross isn't even charging $30.
Yeah, but for the lifeguarding, see, I understand that only the DPR can certify lifeguard position for the hotels and those areas. Only the Parks and Recs.
And again,
And so they have nowhere to go other than the Parks and Recs with a fee that is dependent upon the discretion of the director.
Yes, Senator. The current fee, what we have here is 20 years ago, and then added to that is the Red Cross also has their own fee, so we didn't include.
You see, but I'm sorry to. My point is not the figure. My point is the absence of a concrete figure. The absence of a concrete figure then allow you unlimited discretion outside of the purview of this body to sort of check and balance. That you don't just tomorrow you say, well, the cost varies so much now that we have to charge this.
and Senator, I understand your concern, and I think to accommodate your concern, what we could do is put a minimum of.
Something like that. I mean, something minimum or a maximum, but we have to have a defined variance.
Yeah, but if we put a minimum of, it will ensure that your concerns addressed to where the department doesn't go under.
Exactly. At the same time,
Variable based on cost, the department can add in the whatever. If it's $30 for books that year, we throw that into the cost. So I think a minimum of would address your concerns, sir.
yeah, but you acknowledge my concern that if we allow this variable based on cost, then in actuality, I mean, that's it. You're not ever going to come back on adjustments, because then that will allow you then to adjust over the years ahead. It's a point of clarification that I raised, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Okay. Oh, Senator Pangilinan.
I just want to follow up on these variable costs. Joe, I think that are these Department of Parks and Rec programs, or are they programs with other organizations?
With other, some of them are with other organizations,
So,
such as Red Cross. CPR.
water safety instructor,
Red Cross.
is that a Red Cross?
Yes.
So the
Most
Red
of
Cross
them.
rents the pool.
They give out the certification certificate. We do the instruction, and then they give out the certification certificate.
And what would
the books? They charge us for the books also.
so you run the certification instruction program, and the Red Cross does what?
Gives out
The certification.
the certificates.
So you
And
do
the
the
books and
they hire you
instruction.
to do training.
Yes.
Why can't you just decide that whatever their use of the facility is, that includes your charge, and that's it?
I think they
And
use
you
our
don't-
lifeguards for the training, though.
What's that?
Our lifeguards are used for the training, for the certification training. And then they issue the certificate, so it's a partnership.
Okay. So what are your costs?
Well, if we, when I think variable based off costs, right, I think that, if you get one person, it might cost more than if you have 5 people. So that's what my thought process was. But I understand what Senator Palacios' concern is, and if we attach minimums to this, then it will ensure that the department doesn't go under. But I think we need the flexibility to ensure that we can adjust with the materials and the cost of the class, the actual cost.
So why don't you set a flat fee plus cost of the materials?
Yeah, I think that would address the senator's concerns.
Yeah, but then it won't address mine because it still gives you that flexibility of determining and taking out variable costs. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, you can then decide to vary your cost. I know we keep saying that it's been 20 years since they've been adjusted. Well, over those 20 years, also, Joe, the government has increased and decreased the budget of the department.
Yeah.
So yeah, we didn't adjust the fees for 20 years, but for 10 of those years, we increased your budget. So one way or another is being paid for.
Sure.
And it's are we going to move wholeheartedly over to cost-based fee recovery, or are we going to move to sustaining a level of service plus a little bit of cost recovery to improve the service and things
One
like
of
that?
the examples of how variable based off costs has worked well with the department is the summer camp that happens every summer.
Right.
That's a fee that is currently billed variable based off costs, and we want to continue that because what is the charge per summer, Greg? It's a very affordable rate. In fact, it's one of the cheapest, lowest cost summer camps
Yes.
that's offered out there. But the department, when it calculates the fee, just kind of calculates it to where we recover what we wanted to put into the program. So there's an example of what we're trying to achieve here. A model that's working, which is the DPR summer camp.
Okay.
And which currently exists in the fee schedule right now as variable based off costs.
Yeah, but again, we want to cap this thing. I'm not concerned about
Understood.
the minimum. I'm concerned about the maximum. And there's got to be a cap. And somehow we've got to figure that. And if you need, we also we've never adjusted the fees and so forth. Well, I mean, over those 20 years, how many fee adjustments has the department sent down to the legislature and the legislature rejected? Also.
Yeah, the last time a fee increase was proposed to the AAA process was in '94, and that never came to fruition.
Right, but then they had an opportunity to do it in 95, 96, 97, 98, all the way up. They had an opportunity to present new fee schedules for the next 20 years, and nobody decided to do it. So,
Just from my perspective, the reality of increasing the fees again, just from our track record, it could be 20 years again from now, just from what I've seen.
I understand, but that's not a problem of the negligence of the legislature. That's a problem of the negligence of the management of DPR that decided it didn't want to do it because it got rejected once. So we're going to try once every 20 years.
Yeah.
So there's opportunities. There's an opportunity every single year and every single day to make proposals and state your case, in terms of the departments and the agencies. And the fact that they think it's not going to get approved or they got rejected once and they're just going to give up also is something that should be, considered in these things, that it's not that we just never wanted to do it. It is, nobody's pushed the issue over 20 years. And so
I guess the logic of coming up with variable based off costs is again the summer camp, which is working, which has been effective for many years. It's the most affordable summer camp. It's variable based off costs. The department continues to run it successfully, and we've learned from that model, and that's why we put that in here. But again, I do see what your concerns are. And,
okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. Senator Wanpat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I went ahead and numbered my pages here, so I hope you can follow me. But on that same page anyway, which is page 5, on the bottom there, you have water polo game, and you took out the current cost, and then it says discontinued, and then deposit mandatory. Is that currently happening or not happening at all? Because if it's not, then maybe I'm going to make a motion to delete.
Yeah, the water polo game is not happening, but there basically falls into another fee schedule here, and I apologize, I don't have the pool manager here.
Okay, so if it's do you want to just keep it in there maybe for future if it should occur, or if it's not just happening at all, then there's no sense to include it?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we could keep it in there just to.
Okay, because
Ensure that we
because
have that
it could happen then. Okay, now, and then the next page, which is page 6, where it says morning usage, it was a 0 and then discontinued. So this is no longer going to occur.
It's no longer going to occur, but we again, actually, like your previous example, we wanted to keep it in there so we had a vehicle in the event to charge in the event that we did.
If there is going to be use, okay.
If there was an exception.
All right, but then you go down to the next one where you had a locker rental was 50 cents per day, but discontinued, and you keep that in there. That means there's nothing. Period. That means because you're taking away even your 50 cents.
Yes, and you're right.
Versus just leaving it at 50 cents. When it's available, then you continue. But if you take it out, then that's it. It's going to be gone by law.
And that makes sense. You're correct.
So you want to keep the 50 cents then as is?
Yes, as
At
is.
cost? I mean,
Yes.
Current. Okay, so that's my motion, is to put back that then 50 cents per day.
Okay, why don't we split the? You have. I think you're going to make 2 amendments.
No, that's it. That's
I thought you're going to put the.
no, because
Water
he said
polo.
he wanted to keep it. He wanted to keep it. Just
Okay,
in
so
case.
I'm sorry. What is the amendment?
You see, and that, well, yeah, so, I know what you mean. I just need to go back to that. The
Yeah.
first amendment would be the locker rental kickboards.
Okay,
Is
so
to just reinstate the 50 cents per day.
Okay, so the amendment by Senator Wampat is for the lock rental kickboards, life jackets to delete, discontinue, and retain the 50 cents per day charge. On the Wampat amendment, if there's no objection, okay, amendment carries. What's your second?
And the other ones go back to the water polo then, since we're doing the same thing, is because, it may not be happening right now, but to keep it again at $5 per game, not to just lose that entirely and remove the discontinue.
Okay, so on water polo, to
restore.
delete, discontinue, and restore at $5 per game. And if there's no objection, okay, amendment carries. Senator
The same
Wampat.
thing in the next page for the pool classroom, the $8 per day or $10 per night, to restore that and to remove the discontinue, delete.
Okay, so the Wampat amendment is to delete, discontinue, and retain the $8 per day and $10 per night. And if there's no objection, okay, amendment carries.
Okay,
Senator
and
Wampat?
then I think the last page. Yeah, the last page where you have vending machines, and it says negotiated for both of them. And can you explain to me what type of vending machines are you talking about here?
Soda machines, candy bar machines, Pepsi machines. Echo.
Okay, you're right. And what were you charging before? You never charged before. You've just been negotiating. Do you have a minimum, maximum, and all that as well?
I think there's a profit sharing. That's how that works. There's a percentage sharing that occurs, and I believe that's normally determined by the vendor of the machine.
Okay, and the reason why I asked this question, because I know that in Parks and Rec, for certain vendor machines, of course, they have a dollar amount just to, of course, license them. But then if it's going to be, placed in a government property or a private property, you're right, I understand the cost sharing, but somehow when you say negotiate, I'm just wondering just where that would go. But I'll leave it to you guys to decide then, so long as it's cost sharing then. Thank you then.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you
Chair.
very much, Senator Wampat. I think we've disposed of everything in Parks and Recs fees. So with that, I'm going to take a lunch break, and we'll come back at 1:30. 1:30, coming back for lunch. Well, let's have a recess.
Committee of the Whole is now back in session. We have a quorum. We have Senator Tenorio, Senator Saki, Senator Blas, the Speaker of the Guam Legislature, Forbes, Senator Calvo, Senator Palacios, Senator Wampat, Senator Judy Gotterts. Okay, we will now proceed in, let me see, we Palacios. On the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer an amendment to, of course, Chapter 6 of Bill 74. The amendment is being passed out. And it is to consider, and of course, for the purpose of discussion, Guam Police Department fee structure.
The chair is waiting for whatever amendment you're going to submit.
No, it's,
Where? Thank you.
if I may speak on the amendment, Mr. Chairman, just show briefly that this reflect only current fees, not being adjusted. Uh,
Okay, the chair stand corrected in terms of any recognition of Senator Palacios. Um, According to the clerk, we have not disposed of the Espaldon amendment on Parks and Recreation. Is there any objection to that? Okay, since there's no objection, so ordered. That's a second recess. The committee of the whole is back in session. I will allow, by the way, the clerk to, at any time, if she needs to provide information so that we can correctly put this, put some sense in terms of Bill 74, I would allow her to bring this to the attention of the chair or to the body. Okay, Senator Palacios, you're recognized.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer an amendment to, of course, to a new section to Chapter 6, of course, Bill 74.
Okay, does everybody have a copy of the Palacios amendment? Okay, now, do you want to have time to look at it? Okay, now on the motion of the Palacios, is there any objection? Okay, no objections, so ordered. It is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're recessed now. Lou Paris from the Department of Administration and people from BBMR to reconcile Bill 74 as now, as it is being amended by the body. And so we will be temporarily in recess until such time that the administration people report to the legislature. So ordered.
The committee of the whole is called back to order. We're still waiting for some of the numbers to be crunched by the administration, but rather than... Yeah, that's what I was going to say. While we're waiting, we'll start dealing with some of the amendments that have been turned in to... these are all amendments to Chapter 6. I'd like to begin... Is Senator Guthridge here? Okay. Why is this here? Why is this here? right, Senator Guthertz. Can we begin with your amendment dealing with the establishment of, I think it's called a Tax and Investment Incentive Task Force? Okay. We're waiting for the administration, so rather than not do anything.
Oh, so you just want to handle my amendment
No,
first?
we'll handle whatever amendments we need to handle.
Okay. Okay. Wait, Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to get my stuff here. Okay. Before we handle that amendment, I'd like to do that one a little later, Mr. Speaker, and move to a different one at first, if I may.
I'm sorry. I know this is going to be something of a pain, but I'm going to explain why we can't do it that way.
All right.
When I was up here earlier, I had all the amendments arranged in a nice, neat package of amendments.
Uh-huh.
In the interim, people have been dumping all kinds of other paper.
So this is one of those.
So I just got to kind of go through the stack.
Okay. Well, this amendment is supposed to be was supposed to be presented in tandem with another amendment that I assume will be presented a little later. But the purpose of this amendment, Mr. Speaker, is as follows. We're talking about the amendment that authorizes the Magalahi and the Speaker to establish a tax and investment incentive task force to research, review, and recommend a comprehensive tax incentive policy for the government of Guam that shall promote economic growth on island without denying the people of Guam tax revenues for critical public services. The task force reports and recommendations shall be submitted to the Magilahi Guahan and the Speaker of the Legislation Guahan no later than January 2, 2008. This was distributed late yesterday.
Does anybody other than Senator Pangilinan not have a copy?
I have no idea.
Okay, no, I'm asking the clerk. I'm
sorry. Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Can you please provide Senator Pangilinan with a copy of it?
Yeah. Okay. This was supposed to be presented, Mr. Speaker, after a different amendment was offered, which would have basically reassessed the current laws with reference to tax exemptions currently enjoyed by various types of businesses on the island. And I thought that this would be a very constructive thing to do. It's been many, many years since we've actually looked at our tax incentive policies in the government of Guam. And times have changed, circumstances have changed. Certainly the financial condition of our government has changed. And the purpose of this would be to have this temporary task force look at what would be very appropriate to Guam at this point in time and in the foreseeable future to attract business investments to the island, and also to provide tax incentives to those types of businesses that can really provide the community with opportunities for our people. That was the intent and is the intent of this amendment. The thinking is the governor could appoint representatives that he feels would be very helpful in analyzing and researching desirable tax policies for the government that would benefit the business community and the people at large. And the Speaker of the Legislature could also appoint representatives to this task force. That was the intent and is the intent of this amendment, Mr. Speaker.
On the amendment, Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I fully support the intent of the amendment, but I just like to caution that the way that the amendment is written really doesn't set up any structure for that. very easily the governor could appoint the director of revenue and tax, and he submits a 2-page report, and he's over and done with. So if we really want to make this work, we really need to provide some structure and support for the task force. And as such, well, again, I want to stress very much that I think this is something that is vitally needed, that I certainly support the intent and the work that needs to be done, but we also want to make sure that when we pass this, that something will come about. And I find that if you don't have that structure, if you don't spell out the objectives, and if you don't spell out the membership for that matter, even when all of these things were done, we still had a lot of, it was almost like pulling teeth to get something done out of the administration in areas like this. So I would just like to suggest to the author that if she really wants this to happen, that somehow we put more flesh on this bone so that we will make sure that we know exactly what's going to occur, when it's going to occur, set some time frames for things to happen, so that we can measure the progress and measure the sincerity of the administration in implementing this. If the governor decides to sign this bill that this portion is attached to, and we can define the measurable progress and so forth. So that's my only comment, but I fully support it.
Senator Wampat, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a point of information.
You asking Judy a question?
No, well, whoever wants to, but no, better let me just make a comment. If I remember correctly, this body had actually, not this particular body, but previous legislature, had actually introduced legislation and passed legislation to have a tax review committee or commissions, and even the legislature has never even appointed anyone to that commission?
No, actually, that commission, if memory serves, met, and if it's the same commission I'm thinking of, that commission was supposed to review such things as whether or not we should adopt a sales tax as opposed to a gross receipts tax, that kind of thing. They met, and they came up with a report, and the report was they couldn't make any recommendations because they felt there was insufficient data upon which to base any conclusions with respect to what tax model would be better for Guam. So they did issue a report. I think this was in the 27th Guam Legislature, actually, when this passed, wasn't it?
Yes, the 27th.
Yes, but point of information, no, the full commission was never impaneled. The report you're referring to was the governor's transition, I think, committee that had a tax component. But the tax...
Oh, no. This wasn't the transition committee. I remember...
Not the transition committee, but the governor had a financial advisory committee, and those are the, if I recall correctly, because the legislature made the appointment. We appointed a representative.
But they never appointed anybody.
But they never appointed anybody else.
I do remember that what's her name, Dr. Jones from UOG and a bunch of other people were meeting consistently, and then they basically issued a report saying can't do it because there's just no raw data that will allow us to project any results if we were to switch from, for example, a gross receipts tax to a sales tax. So that's my memory.
So I mean, and I agree. Thank you for that information. But I also agree with the previous, senator that as much as we support something like this, and if we can't even get another commission very similar to this impaneled, and then we're going to do this without the proper structure, I just feel that it's just going to go on the wayside. And although I really think that something like this would be very important, and I would like to suggest maybe to the authors that if we could instead look at what exists in the law and what her intentions are here, and maybe proffer an amendment proffer a bill rather that would actually address that and structure it maybe even more, that it would actually then come together and work and do exactly what the intention is here for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator,
I like the former speaker mentioned, I feel the same way that it's a good amendment, but it needs to have teeth and structure in terms to make it more palatable. But I would like to call a point of order at this time.
Certainly.
Where are we as far as the bill is
We're in
concerned?
Chapter 6. We're adding additional amendments to Chapter 6 while we're waiting for the administration to complete its number crunching.
Okay, so we are no, it's a point of order, and we're in chapter 6. So
Still in
this
Chapter
will
6,
be
where we've always
what
been.
section of chapter 6 now?
These are new sections that are being added.
Which will be what section?
It'll be numbered during engrossment. Yeah, it's probably something like that.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have a problem withdrawing this and converting it into a bill with more
Okay.
structure.
Anybody have a problem with Senator Guthertz withdrawing her amendment? There being none, the amendment is withdrawn. Senator Shimizu. Yeah. Kind of like in the pile. I kind of go through the pile.
No,
I pull out the
I
ones
didn't
that
know
have
what was
already
the
been
new
acted
game.
on. And
So while we're waiting for the administration to get
Exactly.
information, great, thank you,
No
thank you,
problem.
thank you.
This is the Guam Memorial Hospital. I think it's just your cancer.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to, first of all, the senators proposing the amendment. I'd like to insert there as sponsoring this amendment is Frank F. Blas Jr., if I'm in order, and it's okay with him.
On that motion? Wait, we have a desire for
Wait.
point of discussion.
Yeah, point of discussion. I don't have.
You don't have a
I
copy
don't
of
have
the
the
amendment?
amendment in front of me.
Can someone please provide Speaker Mpingo the copy of the amendment? It's pretty. It's relatively.
Yeah, it's,
It's
move
got,
for just a
it's a
30-second recess.
All right, we'll have a 30
30
recess
seconds.
while we pull it. Okay, we're back in. Senator Shimizu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to submit this amendment. Let me just go line by line. Earlier, I had mentioned to be co-sponsors on this amendment Senator Frank F. Blas Jr., Senator Tina Muñoz Barnes, Senator Roy Respicio, Senator Judy Guthertz, Senator Ben Pangilinan, and Senator Jesse Lujan as co-sponsors for this amendment. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is to add a new section, blank, the legal counsel can do the appropriate citation, to Chapter 6, which is really in Bill 64 that we have here today. Public Law 28-150. This was the budget law that we're meeting. Should be amended as follows. Quote.
Senator Shimizu,
Yes, sir.
I think we all have the amendment. No need to read it. If you want to go ahead and
No, but I like to read it.
briefly.
I like to
go
read it if I can.
All right.
And I think I'm in order if I did that.
Yeah, I understand.
Thank you very much for your indulgence. Section 10 is Comprehensive Cancer Therapy Center Initiative. A Comprehensive Cancer Therapy Center, the Administrative Guam Memorial Hospital Authority shall provide a plan of action within 6 months of the enactment hereof to the Guam Legislature and the Board of Trustees for the development and construction of a comprehensive cancer therapy center to provide radiation treatment or therapy or treatment and a medical oncology for the treatment of cancer patients. Said plan shall include enumerated 3 items. Where the amendment lies here, Mr. Chairman, is in B, where is the new section B, radiation therapy or treatment machine. The sum of $2 million is hereby appropriated from the fiscal year 2008 revenues to the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority. Then we strike out the original language and insert the amendment is to be kept separate in a restricted fund and used solely for cancer treatment through the Medically Indigent Program, parentheses, MIP. The Guam Memorial Hospital Authority shall enter into a contract or a public-private partnership agreement for the operation of a radiation therapy machine. Said contract or public-private partnership agreement shall provide for the care of indigent patients under the Medically Indigent Program
and the Medicaid program.
Senator Simmons, your language that you just read is not.
When I'm not
consistent
finished,
with what I
let me just, and shall provide for the payment within 60 days of receipt of the billing for cancer. That is the amendment, Mr. Chairman. Basically, for point of information, this is in the current public law that we have, that we are addressing, Public Law 28-150. To make a long story short, it's basically just striking out the Guam Memorial Hospital to purchase a radiation therapy machine simply because within the private sector, I understand that there is a process upon which to get the infrastructure to already build the cancer treatment. There is a vote that's there already, so no need to build that.
All right. On the amendment, Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I understand this correctly, in previous legislation, $2 million was appropriated to buy a radiation therapy machine to be placed probably at GMH in some form, either fully owned or privatized, or but somehow connected with Guam Memorial Hospital. Now, the amendment would allow, would actually relieve the Guam Memorial Hospital of the need to buy the machine and use the appropriation of $2 million for medically indigent program. But I think the intent of the author, if I can glean from his statement, is that the $2 million would be used exclusively for radiation therapy payments. Otherwise, we already have MIP appropriation, unless the intent is just to increase the budget of MIP. And if the good author would yield to that, is the intent of this to ensure that the money, $2 million appropriation, is separate and restricted for MIP program payment of radiation therapy? Is that the intent?
That's
Senator
very
Susan?
correct.
Yeah.
You're very correct.
So, so I would move that we amend then the amendment to reflect that intention. And
If I may respond, were you, Senator Pangilinan? I guess what I'm looking at here is the hospital authority. The appropriation is to be kept separate in a restricted fund, sort of a lockbox, and to be used solely for the cancer treatment through. I inserted that here. I don't think if the original, you may have a copy that doesn't have this word, solely for insert cancer treatment through the medically indigent program. Okay, and that and what GMH would do for that, those who receive the radiation therapy will be paid out of this fund, and also to provide payment within 60 days for that. So it is indeed, Senator Pangilinan, I don't know if you have the copy where I inserted that point. And fund used solely for.
Just as a matter of order here, you were responding to a question from the gentleman. Senator Pangilinan had the floor and was proposing an amendment. So let's go ahead and see if you have an amendment then, or if you want to take a minute.
No, I'm yielding to the author for the amendment.
Okay, so your amendment is to insert the words cancer treatment through between for and the.
Yes, if you don't have that on your copy, and I apologize because I thought that copy went out. So it will be used solely for cancer treatment through the medically. The insert will be cancer treatment through.
All right.
After 4.
I got that. All right. On the amendment to insert the words cancer treatment through on the fourth to the last line of the underlined passage where it begins fund and use solely for. So it'll go fund and use solely for cancer treatment through the medically indigent program, MIP. On the amendment, Senator Espadon?
Mr. Just a point of order. I think you should require that thing in writing.
All right, we'll go ahead and ask the author
No,
then to put
thank
that
you.
in writing as a
Thank
matter
you,
of
thank you
order.
very much. I will put that, but
All right. We'll be in a brief recess while we're waiting for that to be passed around. Committee of the Whole is back in order. Does everybody get a copy of the amended motion? It hasn't been passed out yet? All right, we'll go back into recess. Language is between for and the, and so it will read to be kept separate in a restricted fund and used solely for radiation treatment for cancer treatment through the Medically Indigent Program, MIP. On the amendment, your amendment while we're getting the document.
Yeah, I know you folks have a heck of a lot of amendments in front of you. The amendment I have, it says add a new section to Chapter 6, and this is dealing with the Safe Street Fund. And the title, it says Safe Street Fund 18125E of Article 1 of Chapter 18 of 16 GCA is hereby amended to read. And then you'll note that aside from some of the language change to incorporate the current acceptable language in laws regarding the courts as well as the governor and the legislature, there's the addition of, and I quote, after, during, no later than 90 days after the end of the preceding fiscal year, and shall be included in the financial statements of the judiciary of Guam. Such reports shall be included in the year-end financial statements of the judiciary of Guam. Now, what is at issue here and the reason for this particular amendment, in section, in E of 18125, in the current law, it does not put any date of reporting the status of the fund, and there has been a problem for the many years where the courts, I hate to say it, it's like pulling teeth from an alligator to try to get the financial status report for the Safe Street Fund, and with that issue also compounding it, it has the reports and the status of the state Safe Street Funds have not been contained within the financial statements of the judiciary of Guam, and just to be consistent with requirements of all other agencies, I feel that this particular amendment will give clear direction to the courts as to, number one, a certain period as to provide a report, and number two, to ensure that it is placed within the financial statements of the judiciary. Anyway, that's my amendment, Mr. Chair.
Any speakers? Senator Pangilinan on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If the good chair or a move of the amendment, our chair would yield just to a question. This Safe Street Fund is I think this is part of the federal grant fund, correct? This is not the Safe Streets Acts, Senator Calvo? This is separate from the tobacco, alcohol fund. I think this is your...
I can get clarification from the Office of Finance
I'm
and
pretty
Budget.
sure this is the fund that is handled by the judiciary, and the recipients of federal grants are part of this fund. and they are administered by the court, if I remember correctly. I just wanted to be very clear on that. I think this is the fund you're talking about.
Yeah, in fact, I'm looking at the departmental abstract here, so I'm going to try to. If you give me a few minutes, I can take
Right.
I can try to find the.
Yes.
Is it
that-
correct? Okay, I've got my D there saying yes. That's correct.
Okay, all right. No objections. to
Okay,
the-
thank you. Thank you, D.
All right. Any other speakers on the amendment? If there are no objections to the amendment carries. Senator Calvo.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I also have another amendment. Don't think it's very controversial. All it does is trying to build consistency in regard to submissions of budgets. If you'll note, what it says is to add a new section to Chapter 6, and this is a section blank on the Guam Community College budget, 33101 of Chapter 33 of 17 GCA, and is hereby amended to read. And it,
May 10.
I think it has. I think everyone has it.
Is that the May 10 amendment?
Is it May 10th?
Is that the date? What's the...
The date is April 16th, 2007 on this amendment. And very clear, while you're looking for it, folks, what it really does, all this does is keep consistent the report, the dates for submission of a budget consistent with what we've mandated for the University of Guam. And again, there is no language now within the law on the Guam Code stating a certain a period as to submit a budget. So what it does is it adds, and I'll read the whole 33101 submission of budget. Current law states, notwithstanding any other law or rule or regulation to the contrary, the board shall submit its annual operating budget and such capital improvement budgets as it finds necessary to directly to the legislature. And after legislature, we've added, and this is the addition, no later than the 15th day of February of every year.
All right. On the amendment, no objections?
Okay, thank you.
Motion carries. Senator Calvo, do you have any more amendments? All right. Okay, so that dispenses with the Shimizu amendment, the original and the amended. All right. Next one on the stack here, at least, is Senator Palacios on majority required, Section 17204, Chapter 17, Title 3. Senator Palacios. The amendment that I'm looking at, which is in the stack by the previous chair, is a new section that speaks to 17204, Chapter 17, Title 3, Guam Code Annotated. Same majority required, effective date. So, Senator Palacios, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this came about, following the challenge to the election and those things, and about spoil ballots and blank ballots, and of course the ruling of that ultimately is that any ballot that is not clearly definitive of the choice of the voter does not count. And so essentially, this is the amendment here is consistent with that, except that applies to elected office. This one would apply to the initiative. That the current statute allows actually the 50% is based on all voters who go to the polls, and I amended that and replaced it by all votes cast for that. And then of course the last sentence then it says blank ballots, spoiled ballots, and no other ballots that do not bear the voter's absolute and clear intention as to his or her choice that he or she is casting a yes or a no vote shall not be included in determining the 50% plus one of total votes cast for such initiative. In one word, this is actually repealing the Santos Amendment. And that's my that's the amendment that I offer.
Senator Pangilinan on the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I object to this amendment. We'll call for a vote when the time comes. And I'll tell you why. The initiative process is a way to pass a law that will govern the majority of the people in our island. In any other manner, laws are passed by this body. There are only two methods of passing legislation. One is by entertaining it in this body, the other is through the initiative and the referendum process. In order for a law to be passed by this body, the body must cast 50% of the vote plus one. Or basically, it must receive a majority of the votes in this body in order for any law to be passed that will govern the entire island. If an individual or a senator in this body decides not to cast a vote, to abstain, to pass on file, and will not make a decision one way or the other, the law and the Organic Act says that that vote will be counted as a no vote. Even if he refuses to vote, for the purpose of what it takes to pass a law to govern the majority of the people everyone on the island, it must receive 8 votes. And if 9 members or 6 members of this body decide that they do not want to cast a vote and their name is called on the roll and they say pass, and it's called another time and they say pass, and it's called on another time and it says pass, we don't now then just decide that we're going to pass that bill by the vote of 7 members of this body, or 9 members of this body, and only 5 members voting yes, and we're not going to count those 6 members who refuse to vote. No, the law says their vote or their pass on file is counted as a no vote, and that bill will not pass. Passing it through the referendum will do exactly what that does not allow. In other words, we're going to pass a bill with less than the majority vote of the people that go to the ballot to cast a vote. Even if they don't cast a vote, their refusal to do so indicates that they don't want that initiative. That's the way it's counted now. Because what will happen is that you can now have less than a majority casting a vote on that initiative itself, and then 50 plus 1 of less than a majority casting a ballot can now enact a piece of legislation to govern the entire island. So in effect, you could have 10% of the total voters that go to the poll decide that something is going to pass. And that's where you have the danger of these special interests coming through the majority of the referendum process that it governs everyone on the island, while only 10% or 5% or 20% of us, of the people going through that, will cast a vote on that. In this specific issue, it will pass and it will cover everyone. I just think, Mr. Chair, that for that very purpose, I do not support the amendment and believe that it is necessary to get over 50% plus 1 of those individuals who go to the polls cast a vote on that issue. Otherwise, we are really going to see a heyday of special interest legislation going through the initiative and referendum process, and have as little as 5% of the voters passing legislation for the entire 95%. Thank you.
Senator Ampinko.
I kind of agree with the speaker position on this amendment, and I would like to also mention whether this has any type of negative signal that we're sending to the U.S. Supreme Court right now of a present suit that's coming about between the two gubernatorial candidates, because I think the question of a blank ballot and cast ballot are being questioned in terms of what is really cast. And so, for an amendment like this right now, I think somehow we're giving sort of a wrong signal, not only for the our people here, as was mentioned earlier by the retiring speaker, but also in terms of the U.S. Supreme Court's position as far as the suit against between Underwood and the Camacho that's being questioned now in the Supreme Court. I may be wrong. I am not a lawyer, but I think that this amendment here, Mr. Speaker, might probably sort of give the wrong signal. So I cannot support this amendment. Thanks.
Senator Respicio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too rise and I vehemently oppose this amendment. And I want to just say for the record that one of Guam's persistent myths is that the Santos Amendment prevents initiatives from becoming law and should be stricken from the books. And I believe that the effect of this amendment will do just that. The amendment is named after the late Senator Francisco Santos, and it became law in August 1984 when Governor Berdalio signed it into Public Law 17-63. At that time, a vocal segment of our community believed that the amendment interferes with the initiative process, but Senator Santos, Mr. Chairman, his intent was to protect the people of Guam, and I believe that the facts prove that he did the right thing. He did the right thing then, and if we object to this amendment, we will be doing the right thing now. Title III of GCA 17204 states an initiative must be approved by 50% plus one of all voters who go to the polls to vote in a special or general election, and at which the initiative was placed on the ballot. And that before this amendment became law, a simple majority of those voting on each initiative was sufficient to implement the law, and there was no minimum threshold of votes. This meant that only a handful of voters who could decide an issue that would affect the entire island. An example is if 10 people voted for it and 9 voted against it, it will still become the law of the land. No matter how you look at it, that is not democracy. And I just want to state my objections to this amendment. I believe that by passing this, we'll be opening up some opportunities. I know it's not the mover's intent to make initiatives passed in a process other than what's outlined in our current democratic form of government. So I ask our colleagues to not vote for this amendment. I ask our colleagues to continue to stand for the protection that the Santos Amendment provides, and that a simple majority of those who go to the polls must vote in favor of initiative in order for it to pass. This means that the people have to really want the legislation to be enacted, and the decision is a better reflection of the true will of the people of Guam. And so I don't support this amendment, Mr. Chairman. I'm encouraging all of our colleagues to do the same.
All right. On the amendment, there are several objections. Senator Palacios on the close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the way my own observation is that the Santos Amendment probably would be relevant if the initiative or the referendum stands alone in a special election. But the current law says that based on all voters who go to the poll, the trend here nowadays, Mr. Chairman, is that in an initiative or referendum, it's usually mixed in with other issues. And we know for a fact that some voters, they go to just to vote for a certain candidate, maybe a certain governor, maybe a certain mayor, but at the polls, they hand out all these ballots. And what happened is they're not interested in any other ballots. They just throw it back in blank. And so, because that is the trend, I mean, if there's a group that opposed to an initiative of a referendum, all that group has to do is just move to have that mixed in with other elected offices in a general election. Because because all votes all voters who go to the poll to vote is the basis upon which the 50% plus one would be based, not on the votes cast for that issue. And again, I repeat that the Santos Amendment probably would be relevant and stay on if the initiative is limited to conducting it only on a special election or at the choice of a voters who come to the polls to vote and say, would you like to vote on an initiative? Here is the ballot, and if not, don't hand out the ballot. And that is my concern, is that there are voters that don't care about the initiative, but because it's blank, it's given to them, it's thrown back in. And that's why, but I have no objection to any objection. I mean, I just put it up, and that's the reason behind this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On the amendment, as many as are in favor, please raise your right hand. I'm sorry, motion fails. Next. All right. Next will be again Senator Palacios on fireman compensation.
I want to withdraw that. I mean, I'm not submitting that amendment.
Then we'll move on. Senator Pangilinan on Chapter 161, Title 11 GCA, reference to Better Public Service Fund.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the amendment would place a new section to Chapter 6, and that new section would be a new Chapter 161 is added to Title 11. The Better Public Service Fund. The intent of this is to establish a separate fund from the general fund to be called the Better Public Service Fund. And the fund would be a fund that will be created for the Department of Revenue and Taxation to provide them with necessary monies to increase and better the public service in light of the recent fee increases. We hear the director indicate that his real needs are in technology and training for his staff to ensure that they're able to update their records and so forth. And with the fee increases, the amendment would create this Better Public Service Fund, and 50% of the fees that are collected by the department would be deposited into this fund. And the uses that will be allowed by the fund would be to, for the purpose of improving the services the department provides to the public, including things like online filing of all taxes, which they've made a good move towards, but there are still opportunities there to increase that efficiency. Online renewal of licenses and permits issued by the department, the modernization and the upgrade of their computer hardware and software, which is so critical towards providing greater public service in the retrieval of information for individuals that do business with the department on their records and so forth. And then, of course, the training of staff to enhance their technical skills and their customer service skills. The fund will require that the legislature appropriate the money prior to the expenditure, and this will ensure that when we say we're trying to recover the cost of funds to improve the service to the people utilizing those funds, at least at the Department of Revenue and Taxation, they will have a portion of those fees to ensure that they will be able to fund these improvements. Thank you. I ask my colleagues for your support.
All right. On the amendment?
On the amendment.
Senator Mpinko?
First of all, Mr. Chairman, I like to know what's 50% of all fees and licenses. It was just the other day when we completed all the fees that were presented by Revenue and Tax. And so my vote would depend really upon how much are we talking about in terms of 50% of what?
Of the fees, I
fees.
believe that if the chair would wish, or the good senator would wish to, for me to yield on that question.
And let me see, the other thing here is that, okay, we are earmarking and we're putting this money into a separate fund. But then at the same time, and we already designated earlier as to what they need to do. And if they were to use this money, they have to come back to the legislature to appropriate this money for what was stated above. But at the same time, this body, no matter what, cannot be actually guided in terms of what this public law by the use of the word notwithstanding section whatsoever, we were to pass this, we can still tap into this fund. And even though you say it's restricted, it's not restricted really in any sense, since right now we're saying that, okay, we are going to earmark 50%, but yet, and then we stated here as to for what reason, for the use of that 50%, but then we require them to come back to the legislature for an appropriation. The problem that I see here is that it'd be very enticing to tap into this fund for something else by the use of the word, quote, notwithstanding, section of public law, so-and-so, number, then it would just really just circumvent the intent of this amendment right now. So yes, I would like to first of all just ask the mover of the motion as to how much is 50% of all fees and licenses to be collected.
Senator Pangilinan, would you?
Yes, the approximate revenue would be about $2 million of the fees collected by the Department of Revenue and Tax. So we will pour in about $1 million into this fund, and I fully understand the good senator and former speaker's position that you're right. There's nothing to guarantee. No legislature can bind a future legislature. I think the creation of special funds is always subject to a legislative raid. And what this does, though, it sets for the record the intention of the legislature with regards to approving the additional increases in the funds and giving some policy statement that the legislature wishes for the dedication of those increases to improve the services that the department provides to them. So that really is the intent, and I fully understand the limitations of setting up special funds and the opportunity by future legislatures to do that. I also didn't want the director just deciding for whatever purpose. We wanted to set the policy, and then the expenditure would still require legislative appropriation and guidance.
All right, Senator Plazas and then Senator Calvo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that the Pangilinan amendment only pertains to the fees collected by revenue and taxation. Understand that the other fees that we deal with, the fire department goes to a special account right now. It's the flame of DPR, their own. And the only fee among all these fees that so far we have, I guess, adopted at this point, the only fees are the fees collected by the Department of Revenue and Tax. And I have similar, actually, amendment that would have the increase be appropriated by the legislature and directed back to Department of Revenue and Taxation for that purpose. And I was consulting with the mover of the amendment that his 50% and the intent on my, I guess, the amendment that I'm preparing to introduce, essentially about match. But I support this except for, of course, for the better public service funds, if that's how it should be done. But I think that some of this money should go back to reinforce and strengthen the department that collected it. That's the very thing that that's one of the aspects of increasing this is to recover and just to strengthen and have some compliance officer and regulatory officer out there to do this. And all the other fees would go back to the department for which they have been established to be collected later on, because they have existing special accounts. And only the Department of Revenue and Taxation fees collection go to the general funds entirely, including the proposed increase. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Calvo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, again, I want to congratulate the move of the amendment. Obviously, I see the intent of the amendment to ensure that we have, there is going to be revenues, additional revenues coming into the government as a result of these increases in fees. and of course his attempt to ensure that those revenues, that additional revenues that do come into the government, will be utilized, in particular to the areas where the services are provided. I'm kind of torn here, and in fact, that's why I'm gonna raise my objection. Is then again the creation of a new special fund will obviously allow for additional accounting work needed to be done in ensuring that there's separate books kept, and with that separate books, subsidiary ledgers. Actually, that's why I'm torn. I like the idea. The only thing is, I'm some of the problems that have occurred over the years, and again, as stipulated by the public auditor, there has been the creation of more and more special funds. The role of a legislature, again, is to appropriate resources to particular agencies or programs to provide services. And what was mentioned earlier, obviously that this whatever action that occurs today will not bind any other future action of any other future legislature. I agree with the intent, but again, we are midway through the fiscal year 2007. Obviously, the revenues that are to go into now as a result of these increase in fees, these revenues will be going into the general fund, and with this general fund, obviously, it will be to the discretion of the administration, unless we make changes now in the current bill that we have before us to outline or to utilize these monies as the administration sees fit in dealing with the operations of the government of Guam. I'm going to have to just philosophically raise my objection, but I'm perfectly willing if there was a way to do it, and I don't have an idea now, but if there was a way, understanding that the good senator has already pegged a certain amount to be gotten from the increased fees, if there maybe could be some language for appropriation and appropriation to go in line with the intent of the creation of this special fund. Again, it's good. It's well intended, and it seeks a good purpose. But I'm wondering, based on again the role of the legislature, if maybe it would be much more simpler that certain language or other amendments be placed in that could secure a certain appropriation specific to the goals and intents of this particular amendment. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Senator Blas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too, Mr. Chair, have the same concerns, as well as as the good senator from Mighty. Yeah, and I appreciate the good author from Barragata who put this together, and I recognize too that I'm torn with regards to whether I can be in support now for this amendment, basically on one fundamental basis. One of the reasons why we continue to sit here in these halls is recognizing that we've got to find, and we're in the process of being able to find ways to continue to fund government operations, and at the same time using it as an opportunity to help to improve the efficiency of the operations. And I see this as a great method, a great way to do this.
And I don't know if I'm going to be out of order here in anything, but if I can somehow also ask the author of the amendment if there can be some consideration that we go back and review and see whether or not this is possible after we finally talk about and finally know what our numbers are. And you know, if our numbers show that we're going to be able to buy things that we want, or to get things that we want to improve the efficiency of the services, as opposed to right now we're trying to deal with funding to get to continue to fund what we need. You know, I would have no objection to this.
Senator Pangilinan?
Yes, I'll yield to that question. You know, I considered that. I knew that we're raising fees to try to fund the current operations. That's why I said it's 50%, because some of the fee increases are 200, 300%. So there will still be, from the increases, money flowing to the general fund. I'm not taking the entire increases so that it all goes to ref tax, and you know we don't end up trying to resolve our financial shortfall. There will be some contribution made, but I thought my thinking process here was, if we're going to do that, let's take a portion of that increase, which 50% of all the fees collected will be only a portion of the total fees, not 50% of the total fees, because we're increasing some fees by 200, 300%. There's all these new fees. We're not taking all of the new fees and putting it into this fund, only half of it. So there'll be additional revenue over and above what's set aside here, flowing to the general fund from the current fee structures revenues over and above that. So that's why I picked the 50%.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
I don't see 50% of the increase. I see 50% of the fees here.
And with that, Mr. Chair, again, you know, I have, again, at the end of the day, once we figure out, you know, just how much we've managed to save, you know, as was how much we managed to gain, you know, that I would be able to consider this. I think at this point in time, that's where my heart lies heavy, is not knowing what those figures are. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Understood. Senator Barnes? Senator Munya Barnes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You need to hyphenate your name.
Still legal, sir. Thank you very much. I'm going to have to say, Mr. Chair, that I stand in full support of this amendment. When we look at where this fund will be going to, and just the name, Mr. Chair, the Better Public Service Funds, when we look at the Department of Revenue and Taxation and all the programs that they do to support the revenues for our government, and we look at the fees that will be generated by this department, I made a commitment to the Department of Revenue and Taxation that the support from me as a policymaker will be there so that they can continue to fund the improvements and modernization of the systems within the department, which, Mr. Chair, will definitely improve the services the department provides to the public. And again, including the modernization and upgrade of the computer hardware and software, which we know, Mr. Chair, is definitely needed in order to work with our tracking. Mr. Chair, I feel that this protection, and I say protection because 50% of the funds generated, and just hearing what the author of this amendment has spoken about, knowing that we've looked at the increases from the department, and that knowing that those increases will be, a lot of them will be more than 200%, 50% going back into this Better Public Service Fund will be a commitment to the Department of Revenue and Taxation, to all those employees there who continue to work so hard so that revenues can come into our island. I think that my support to that effect will be a plus for the island. So I really thank the author of this amendment, and I support his amendment 100%. Thank you.
Senator Calvo?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, realizing why I was kind of torn here, because I agree with the intent. And, obviously there's, there's certain fees that have not been increased within the proposals by Rev and Tax. One of them, of course, was the streetlight fund. And with that, I'm not too sure with this 50% whether it may, again, inhibit the administration as well as the legislature in providing resources to areas such as for streetlights. I'm willing to compromise because I think it is a well intended, and with that, I'd like to proffer an amendment to the amendment, and with that amendment to the amendment, it would state that in B, rather than 50% of all fees and licenses revenues generated by Rev and Tax, that 50% be changed to 10%. With 10%, if you're looking at about $9 million to be coming in and annualized over a year, there's a guarantee at least there'll be about 900,000 that will be specific for Rev and Tax for having the necessary tools to conduct business and to provide more efficient service. And then at the same time, again, there is room for legislatures, and now and in later legislatures, to make other appropriations, if need be, back to the department for further service enhancement. So I'd like to propose an alternative or a compromise, and which I will give my full support to the mover of the amendment if we could just reduce the 50% to 10%.
On the amendment, there's no objections. Motion carries. On the main amendment, Senator Respicio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to take a moment here to commend Speaker Pangilinan for this very forward, very progressive piece of legislation. I think the people need to understand. I guess I don't have to work as hard to have this amendment pass and to help the gentleman from Barrigada, because the chairman of Ways and Means or Office of Finance and Budget basically just gave his blessing. But I wanted to quickly add, Mr. Chairman, that the intent of this would really is aimed at helping the Department of Revenue and Taxation improve its services to the people and to modernize the equipment that they have, to even allow for online filing, online renewal of licenses and permits, and all the resources that the folks at Rev and Tax need. I want to remind the body that in the bill before us, Rev and Tax has a very huge mandate, and that's to go out and collect $30 million cash within the next 6 months to help bridge this the operations of the entire government of Guam. So I support this amendment. Speaker Pangilinan is really one of those senators among us who always think ahead, who think far ahead to make sure that any fees generated as a result of the legislature's actions today would ultimately help revenue and taxation and to ultimately benefit the people of Guam. I support this amendment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. On the amendment, if there are no objections, motion carries. All right. We have the next amendment in the stack, proceeding in the agreed upon fashion, is Senator Palacios on item 3, subsection K, section 2, chapter 6, bill number 74, Service under this subsection K may be provided only to two persons eligible for public assistance. Senator Palacios, having to do with program participation and eligibility standards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, that arose out of concern brought to the attention of this body regarding, I guess, use of public welfare assistance, in other words, welfare assistance to purchase tobacco product and alcoholic beverage. There's a current regulation that prohibit, of course, the use of food stamps for those items. The reason why for the public welfare assistance no such regulation is because in the olden days, of course, they give coupons and then people go and cash this. Now with the Quest card, it can be to a certain degree controlled and identified so that at least to some extent and sometimes the use of public welfare assistance program, which is the welfare, perhaps should not or would not be used to pay for tobacco product and alcoholic beverages. Of course, the recipient of this card can still go to the ATM and take out cash, and with the cash, of course, there's no way you can identify where that cash is coming from. That one we cannot control. But I say what we can control, I think we should control, which is if you present a quest and clearly there's a tobacco product and alcoholic beverage product there, and then here's the quest, use it on the public welfare assistance account, then that should be denied in the same way that now food stamp cannot be used for those products. And that's the intent of this, is to see how we can restrict and control to at least in a minimal fashion, to the extent that we can do it, let's do it. And essentially that's what the proposal is.
On the amendment, Senator Barnes. I'm sorry, Senator Munoz Barnes. Hyphenate your name.
Mr. Chair, though I support the intent of this amendment, I just have an inquiry here, and if the good author can just yield, so maybe I can...
Compose your question and we'll ask him to yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wondering, just based on the provisions that are here on this amendment before us, if I'm not mistaken, this provision is already stated in the federal guidelines that the entity overseeing this program adheres to. So I'm just wondering if we're doing a duplication or is it already in the system where this provision as proffered is redundant?
All right. Senator Palacios on the question of redundancy.
No, sir, because the public welfare assistance is local program, whereas the food stamp assistance is, of course, governed by federal regulation, and that's the thing. So I want to link the rules and regulations that restrict the use of food stamp with respect to tobacco purchase and alcohol purchase to apply also to public welfare assistance. Public welfare assistance is a local program, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
If I just proffer another question there, Mr. Chair. So you're saying that the consumers or the clients that are on this system have a card that is, before it used to be coupons and now it's a credit card?
Yes, the same Quest card, but one is for, I guess, food stamp account. The other one, I don't know how they do that, but that's the input that we get, and we check with the public health staff, and yes, you can get the Quest card and charge it for as food stamp. Also, I think there's a certain amount if it's going to be for public welfare assistance. So with this card, the same card that you can make payment with at the market, you can go to the ATM and take cash, but only to a certain amount. I understand this, of course, this is all electronic and it's limited to whatever is the withdrawal of cash. So when a person takes cash, of course, we cannot control that, but sometimes this is brought to my attention by, I think, 2 or 3 merchants, and this was an article of conversation, I think, in the last 2 weeks, of people using this for tobacco product and alcoholic beverage.
Thank you very much, Senator. And Mr. Chair, with that answer and the intent of the amendment here, I will support this amendment, Mr. Chair, as I believe that these funds received from that public welfare assistance program and the real use and utilization for the funds and what its intended purpose for, I think what we need to do is sometimes remind them that these funds will be only used for its intended purposes, and especially not for the use of any kind of alcoholic beverage or tobacco. So if we need to clarify that intent, if we need to press upon the consumers or the clients who are using these Quest cards, then I have no objection to this amendment. If we need to set a definite clarification and to assure that these clients do not deter from the intended use of the funds received by the government. So thank you. I will support the amendment.
All right. Any other speakers on the amendment? Senator Blas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I also stand in support of this amendment. And I recognize and I understand. I know the genesis of where this amendment had come from. And the concern here that I have too as well is recognizing that these funds were used so that we can assist individuals in making sure and improving their quality of life. At the same time, I do have some really huge concerns with regards to using government funds. We've already got mandates and we've already got moratoriums on the use of government funds, to purchase alcohol or for tobacco-related activities within government, within government facilities and within government events. These are government funds, and I think that this is a very prudent and wise choice and decision in ensuring and making sure that our taxpayer dollars are actually used the way it was intended to be used. So I applaud the author, for this amendment, and I'm in full support of this too as well.
All right. Any further speakers? There's no objection on the motion. Okay. Motion carries. We'll take a couple-minute recess. Recognized on your amendment dealing with Section 35104D, Chapter 35 of 22 GCA.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very simple yet lengthy, and I would yield to not reading it all and maybe just explain a little bit.
Just tell us
just the main thrust on this.
Thank
This
you.
is really just to add a section to Chapter 6 relative to the Guam Board of Accountancy, and is to repeal and reenact. The reenactment is really what it was before. Basically, what this reinstatement prior to it being repealed has to do with the special fund. If you look in the budget that as it is today, you have the contractors board, the POs board, all have their own special fund. In the past, in the past legislation, that was taken away from the Guam Board of Accountancy, and it kind of jumped out on me. There are basically three different professionals, but one is treated different than the other two. For sake of uniformity, I want to be able to reinstate the pre-repealed act and make it all the same, whereby Guam Board of Accountancy special fund will be there, but it's all subject to appropriation. It's all subject to appropriation. It gives them the incentive to be able to go out and raise their funds and deposit it in, but it still comes back to this legislature to appropriate their budget. Thank you. That's the long and short of it.
I'll need that. All right, Senator Respicio, then Senator Calvo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise in full support of this amendment. And really, what the gentleman from Malolo is attempting to do is to really provide the Guam Board of Accountancy with not only the ability to access the resources which it generates, but also gives them an incentive to continue to generate these additional revenues. They've gone beyond self-sustaining, and when we had the presentation by their agency, we heard from them that the current Budget Act, I know it's not intentional, but for somehow it created a disparity between the Guam Board of Accountancy and the Contractors Licensing Board and other boards, where those two entities were able to remain special funded, still subject to legislative appropriation. However, the difference with those two versus this Board of Accountancy is that their revenues are not commingled with the general fund. Whereas with the Guam Board of Accountancy, if we don't restore the language to how it was originally created, we would continue to see that whatever money they generate will go into the general fund. It's commingled with the general fund, and then they're subjected to the allotment process, and they can't even pay for their ongoing monthly bills. And so they've asked this legislature for consideration. They've even said that they have no objections with whatever surplus is in their account for the legislature to make that determination as to where that money shall be appropriated. But at the very least, they want to make sure that whatever money they generate, they at least have that amount that they can be able to continue their operations. They brought many individuals to the island, and this is also a form of tourism. They come by the hundreds come here, Mr. Chairman, to take their accountants, their certification examinations and other requirements from this kind of profession. And for some reason, Mr. Chairman, the way that their books was managed in the past with respect to how they were special fund but subject to the legislative appropriation is now have been changed by the current Budget Act. And I think this, to restore it back to the original intent, will not only allow them to function, but certainly will give them the incentive that they need to generate. They generate about $500,000, and their operating budget is about $300,000. So they realize that $150,000 to $200,000 annually, and to do so otherwise will not correct that disparity.
All right.
Thank you.
On the motion, without objection, motion carries. You're welcome. Senator Palacios, on Section 3228 on mobile license.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if you recall, just a few days ago we passed, this body adopted the fee for the mobile license, but lacking, rather needed to make that complete is actually the rules and regulations. And if you look at the amendment, it is actually to amend the current law, which is Public Law 28. I have it here, Public Law 28-22. That established the mobile license program. That the amendment there, of course, first of all, it makes a technical correction. It shall be a general on-sale license only, not general only. So that's a technical. But when you go down and you look at the block title, it says the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board shall no later than June 15, 2005 develop. It's almost 2 years and they have not done that. But upon consultation in behalf of constituents or businesses that awaited the promulgation of this program, we found out that the rules and regulations are not yet adopted, and a consultation with the chairman of the ABC board indicated about 2 months ago that they have approved essentially the rules and regulations for the mobile license, but that they will not report out because there were other issues they were conducting. So I told them, I said, why don't you make recommendations? So the board recommended that the same rules and regulations now applicable and enforceable in accordance with Chapter 3 to on-sale license shall apply to mobile license. And so this amendment is actually will legally link it to that. And with this will make the program complete. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. On the amendment, no further speakers, no objections. Motion carries. Okay, again, Senator Palacios, this time applicability of funds generated to support agency operations.
Mr. Chairman, can I substitute that with can I substitute that with, actually it's the same, it's just minor, or
This is just a minor correction to add part 1 provided in chapter 6, just insert the words part 1, is that it?
let me see. Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's what I have.
No, that's okay. We'll go ahead with that because actually, well, this is, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is similar to the intention of the mover of the amendment that was adopted with reference to setting up a special funds. Actually, I drafted this amendment to make sure that all funds generated as a result of the fee adjustments and fines imposed, provided, of course, in Chapter 3, Part 1 of this Act, which essentially is the Department of Revenue and Taxation fees, only limited to that, shall be appropriated annually by Legislature and redirected to the agency for which the fees are collected for use by the agency that charged the fees. And this is more or less a general format. Essentially, the agency refers to the Department of Revenue and Taxation. Realizing, of course, that the 10%, the 10% of revenue generated as a result of the fee collected by revenue and taxation, which we just adopted about 15 minutes ago, these funds, realizing that all the funds collected by the Department of Revenue and Taxation will go to the general funds. It will still go to the general funds. But this amendment proposed that whatever are the increase be appropriated by the legislature and redirected back to the agency, of course, to improve the services and increase the services of that agency. The intent is similar to the intent of except that this one did not propose to make any special account, but a recognition of the increase that perhaps I realize, Mr. Chairman, that this would not guarantee, of course, that there will be additional funding, you know. It is just that to some extent I'm sure that it will augment the budget to reinforce again regulatory and monitoring and enhance the service and improve the service, you know, of the agency. That's one of course of the reason for adjusting these fees, is to raise the recovery rate and to strengthen the operation of the office. But it makes no commitment, it makes no limitation as to whether it must go back. It's just subject to appropriation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I'm going to take a one minute recess real quick. Palacios?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There's lag time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the last amendment that I offered.
All right, on the motion to withdraw the motion, no objection, so ordered. All right. Okay, we are again on a Palacios amendment. On the community public notification prior to effective date and effective date, with reference to Department of Revenue Taxation, is that your amendment?
That's true, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there is a consensus by this body that because this language pertain only to that part of the Department of Revenue and Taxation, and I understand there are other fees, I move that this amendment be held back to see whether we can have a general language that will cover all the fees that have been adjusted for one specific implementation date, and of course the public notification of all these fees. under Bill 74. Because this one only pertains to Chapter 6, Part 1, which is Department of Revenue and Taxation fees, and I think that at this point I'm realizing that this is narrow. We should have, a more general to cover all the fees thus far adopted by this body. So I think I can withdraw this amendment, but the principle of this amendment is that there must be a public notification and an effective date for all the fees adopted.
All right. Let's go ahead and, if there's no objection, we'll divide the question. The Part A, which says the Department of Revenue and Taxation shall provide proper and timely public notification to the business community and to the community at large on the newly established fees, fines, and penalties pursuant to this Act. The public notification of information shall include, but not be limited to, the use of news media sources, and also include posting by the department on its website. Said public notification shall be administered no later than 45 days from the enactment of this Act. On that section.
Wait.
Senator Palacios.
Can I make a minor adjustment on this one to make it general and cover all the
Yes.
4 agencies? So actually this should read then, a new section is added to Chapter 6, not Part 1, but Chapter 6 of Bill 74. And then, of course, the department is not the Department of Agency because there are other agencies involved. Okay. All agencies all agencies for which fees are to be collected shall provide proper and timely notification. Okay. All agencies shall provide proper and timely public notification to the business community and the community at large on the newly established fine and so forth. The public notification, okay.
So on the amendment will be to strike the Department of Revenue and Taxation and instead replace it with all agencies. On that amendment, Senator Cabo.
I'd like to proffer an amendment to the amendment. Very simple.
All right.
In these very trying times, I'd like to strike 45 days and replace it with 35 days. 30 days.
Well, that actually would be out of order considering the amendment. Let's first act on that, and then we'll make the amendment after. This only deals with all agencies, or if you're going to amend that, you can amend that. So the amendment the amendment is all agencies and striking the Department of Revenue and Taxation.
Okay.
If there are no objections, so ordered. Now on the amendment, Senator Cabo.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment, and to the amendment, I'd like to strike 45 days and place 30 days.
All right. On the amendment, without objection, so ordered. On the main part or A of this amendment, any further discussion? All right, no objection, so ordered. Now on Part B, the Part B will be the application of provisions contained herein, that being increases in fines and penalties, to include the imposition of fees, fines, and penalties, shall be effective no later than 60 days upon the enactment of this Act.
Again, subject to, this is just to set a date, but I understand June 1st, 2007?
So the effect of this would be that they will not go into effect until June 1.
Yeah, that would allow, of course, for the familiarization notification, which is 30 days. We can make it May 15. But if you do it May 15, then public notifications is within 30 days. It's not consistency.
The way I read this is the notice has to go out within 30 days.
Yes, sir.
That's all. And that's the part A.
But of course, it's before the effective. It would have to be before the effective date. So we
Okay,
got.
on the amendment, are there any speakers on the amendment? Senator and Pinko.
Mr. Chairman, can we just have about a minute recess?
Sure. Okay. 1 minute recess. Committee of the whole will be in recess. Senator Pinko. Senator Pinko, you have the floor. Algo?
Yes, I may be out of order, Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Chairman, the point though is to have certain things to become effective as of May 1st, which is only about maybe 12 days from now. It's kind of unreasonable, but if that's the decision of the body, then so be it. But I personally feel that at least we should give the public notification at least 2 months. And so this is my concern in terms of the amendment here, whether it would satisfy the need for public notification. I know we are in dire need in terms of getting cash into the general fund, but I think we need to be reasonable also in terms of informing the public that 60 days maybe from now you will be levy this amount of taxes, but not just bang. And that's exactly what we're doing. And so I do not know whether this amendment really satisfy that, but my concern is that we need to sort of provide an ample notification to the general public about the change in all the fees that we have approved. Thank you.
Senator Palacios. All right,
Okay,
1
recess.
minute recess?
Yes,
All right,
thank
1 minute
you.
recess. The Committee of the Whole is back in order. Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I withdraw this amendment on the condition that a similar amendment will be drafted later on to actually establish, to provide for public notification and to provide for effective date.
On the motion, without objections, ordered. All right, Senator Respicio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment, and I picked up 2 sponsors, and there's always room for any member to be a sponsor of this
But
amendment.
you're proposing it.
Just
Go
want to add Tina Rose Munya Barnes, J.S. Padan, and any other senator who wishes to be a part of this. Mr. Chairman, this is an amendment that kind of would allow the current abandoned vehicle program to continue. Last week, when there was a report of a young child that was found in an abandoned vehicle, and you had the mayors of Jigo and Dedido say that this program got off to a good start. They were collecting a lot of cars, and for their case, they were expecting more abandoned vehicles to be carted off their village and eventually off the island. I inquired with those mayors, and they told me to go check the company and ask them why they can't continue with the abandoned vehicle program that they started. And the company said that while they have a contract with the government of Guam, namely the Public Works, it's a cash issue like anything else. And you know that this legislature recently created the Recycling Revolving Fund. However, this is a continuing appropriation. However, I want to add the languages: for purposes of implementing this act in fiscal year 2007, the Director of Public Works shall expend revenues from the Recycling Revolving Fund to pay for current obligations of the Department of Public Works relative to the ongoing island-wide collection of off-island disposal of abandoned vehicles, white goods, tires, and batteries program pursuant to GSA bid number 038-05. and I offer this amendment. I ask our colleagues to support it. Our chairman of oversight has no objections because the net effect of this, Mr. Chairman, would allow a program that has been absolutely beneficial to our island by way of protecting our environment and providing for a true process to bring these vehicles off the island. Supporting this amendment will continue that process, and I'd ask all colleagues to support this amendment.
Maybe out of order here, and I'll take the ruling as if it is raised, but is pursuant to GSA bid number necessary?
Yeah, it is, because this will ensure that the current abandoned vehicle program process will continue, and that Public Works won't see a money that's being generated recently by the implementation of these new vehicle registration fees. They won't see a cash source and then earmark it to another program that may be totally different from what's happening right now.
I appreciate that. I just think that if you specifically pin it to that, then it's only going to end with that contract.
This is only for fiscal year 2007, Mr. Chairman.
All right. On the motion, you have a comment, Senator Blas?
Just a question to the author, and I hope that he's willing. Do you know how much is in that fund?
I know originally when Senator Muñoz Barnes and I first started this in the 27th Guam Legislature, we discovered that there was about $300,000 in the abandoned vehicle program, and we also got wind that they were going to bid this to a towing company and then stage all these abandoned vehicles in government property. So we asked Public Works to try to do a pilot program to something that we wanted to create with advanced disposal fee and to find a mechanism to eventually cart these vehicles off the island. And they started that using those monies, and then the whole advanced disposal fee program was delayed and then finally implemented. And recently we had to resurrect the vehicle registration to generate some monies to put into the recycling revolving fund. I don't know how much funds are there, but I'm told that certainly any monies that's there should be used to continue the current program.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I guess when he said he proffered, and as far as any other senators who wanted to jump on board, and as far as sponsoring, I'll turn to the good senator over here and says, my willingness to want to help sponsor this is also my show of support for this.
Oh, absolutely, and
amendment.
if F. Blas can also be a co-sponsor. How about every senator that's currently present be a co-sponsor of this amendment? I have no objections, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are
Thank
there
you,
any
sir.
other speakers on the amendment? If there are none, without objections, so ordered. All right, I'm going to take a 1 minute recess. I'll be back in 1 minute. On your amendment, reference to Sunset and Right Sizing Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, recognizing that, the whole reason why we're here, is because the government we've got somehow found ourselves in a situation where we don't have enough money to spend for the operations of the government as we have it today. I'm introducing this amendment, and I'm going to dispense, sir, with having to read through this whole thing because it's pretty lengthy. And just please, hopefully that my colleagues have been able to have time to read through this. But what this basically provides is an act that would provide and authorize the governor, along with the legislature, through a commission of 7 members, 4 appointed by the governor and 3 by this body, to review the efficiency and the performance of each agency and the programs that each agency has within this government. And quite honestly, is to come to a determination as to whether or not we should continue with these programs, and if we should continue with these programs, what improvements can be made to make these programs more efficient? Can help save money for this government, but more importantly, provide a better service to the people of Guam. The mission of this commission too, as well, is if an agency or if a program is not performing to the functions, not performing to the mandates that they had been that they were mandated to provide, then quite honestly, then we look at abolishing those programs and abolishing those agencies. It's a very bold step. It's a very brave step, Mr. Chair. But I think that it's like I've been saying, and I've been consistent for the last 5 weeks as to why we are sitting in these halls today, is because we have got to be able to, government has got to be able to live within its means, and government has got to refocus on the services that we are providing to the people of Guam and making sure the people of Guam get the best bang for the buck for the money that we're getting.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment, without objection, so ordered. On the next amendment, Senator Guthridge, purpose to assess a graduated speculation fee on capital gains.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. Before you get into that, and I did make mention, and I wanted to, and I fully apologize, and it will be, and I will provide it. I did make mention that the commission that is going to be provided, if you look at your amendment as is presented to you, it says that there is a change in as far as the composition and other matters, section B of section 12103, and it is, and I've got the amended copies here, and I'll make sure that it's copied and
Okay.
passed out to everybody. But that's included in this.
All right.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Your amendment has already passed. All right. Senator Guthridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would assess a graduated speculation fee on the capital gains realized on real property held from less than 6 months and up to 12 months before being sold on Guam. Fees realized shall be used to support educational programs at the Guam Public School System, University of Guam, and Guam Community College. Basically what the bill does, Mr. Chairman, is it assesses an anti-speculation capital gains fee on real property. And there are exemptions to this that protect residential owners, homeowners, individuals that inherit property from deceased parents and family members, and similar exemptions. The reason this was developed, Mr. Chairman, is right now throughout our island, we have groups of individuals, primarily not from our island, who are going around buying all kinds of property, residential units, apartment units, and then quickly selling them. These are speculators. They hold them for a very brief period, they turn around and sell them. And it's driving up the costs of property on the island for residents. At the same time, it's creating some issues in our village communities. And in order to ensure that we have appropriate laws in place, this amendment was developed. Speculative markets are not markets that are helpful to residents of a community. What this would do, Mr. Chairman, it would assess a fee on the capital gains earned from the speculative market. If the real property sold was held by the seller for less than 6 months prior to the sale, the fee would be 40% of the capital gains owed. If the seller held the real property for at least excuse me, I have a little frog in my throat. For at least 6 months, but less than 12 months prior to the sale, the fee shall be 20% of the capital gains owed. It is very anti-speculation. It's really intended to ensure that local residents and those looking for homes and other properties for their families are not hurt. Now, with the anticipated increase in the military presence on Guam and the development of the island, as a result of that, we're seeing a lot of properties change hands very, very quickly on Guam. All you have to do is go down the Department of Land Management, and look at the land transactions with buildings and facilities. By the way, just so you know, undeveloped land is exempted from this. So that really is the purpose, Mr. Chairman. This is very forward-looking. I think this will be very protective of our community and our people, and would also generate some monies from the fee that would go into a fund through the Department of Revenue Taxation, which would be evenly divided among the three educational institutions twice a year. Thank you very much.
On the amendment, 40%. The 40% amendment. Senator Calvo.
I'm not an economist, but I do know back in the 80s,
A lot of change of
there was speculation. Terrible speculation for some, but it was also a time with $600 million general fund collections. And this is something that it is pretty profound in that it does impose a draconian fee for speculation of properties, for sales of properties under a year. Draconian, okay, not draconian. It's there, obviously in the booms of the 80s there was a lot of capital gains paid, a lot of income tax for turnover of properties, and the government of Guam felt those revenues, and how we spent those money, that's debatable. Whether the government, those were the times of getting $1,000 rebate and 5440, and there were surpluses. The result of speculation caused the government surplus. There was a boom. Something like this will definitely hinder speculation of property. And I don't know whether the medicine is more dangerous than the poison. This is something that, in my humble opinion, I applaud the senator for bringing this particular measure up, but it is so significant. And again, we are in a free market economy, and with being in a free market economy, this obviously will have some hindrance in free market activity because of the fees imposed to control speculation. But it is of such significance that I believe something like this should be done, introduced as a bill, going through a public hearing so we can hear the input of the community. I see a growing economy over the next 10, 15 years, and I'm very concerned that it's simpler to deal with fees for services. And obviously, that we understand that for these services that are to be rendered, remember Reverend Tax mentioned it a few days ago, I guess their estimation was at 54% of the cost. And even though some of us were a bit skeptical or weren't too sure how they came up with those numbers, this is more of a it is meant to affect the behavior of free market activities. And with it, like I said, I'm not an economist, but I'm of the firm belief that I think it would be wise for all of us as we move through this budget process, that especially this is not really budgetary in nature, that the best way to move forward in something like this is the introduction of a bill and have a hearing in it and bring up those folks that are involved in and whether it's the realtors or it's folks that are interested in selling properties or buying properties, and maybe some economists as well. So again, Mr. Chair, I'm very, very concerned about this particular piece of this particular amendment, and I would caution all senators, let's not make any dynamic or substantial changes in the free market economy of this island without some strong, without a lot of research before we make this particular move. Anyway, I'm very concerned about this particular amendment. Thank you.
Is that an objection, Senator Calvo?
Oh, I object to this amendment.
Okay, just to be clear. Any other speakers on the amendment? Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you very much. I certainly understand the intent, and the good lady is not shy about what the intent is. But I think what we have to look at also is, does it work? And there are two prongs here with regards to what it does. One is it will raise additional revenue if properties are sold within 6 and 12 months. So the revenues are needed. But is that our objective? The other objective, of course, with the bill is that it will discourage flipping of properties. And if I read this correctly, we're looking at basic residential properties. And the purpose of trying to discourage flipping is to keep property values not depressed, but reasonable and within the reach of the average homeowner or prospective homeowner. Now, the question then for me begs, does it work? And where is this applied, and where does it operate? Well, I do know for a fact that, if I remember correctly from my readings in the past, as well as most recently, that Hawaii has this legislation, the anti-speculation capital gains fee. And we can look at what Hawaii's market is and how has the average price on the market, even with this kind of provision in there, has it kept home ownership within reach of the average homeowner and the wage earner in Hawaii? And obviously it has not. So if that is our purpose, at least if I look at the Hawaii experience, perhaps it has kept property values a little bit depressed or within substantial, limiting its increases, but has it kept it within the reach of the average homeowner? And the average price of property in Oahu is somewhere in the neighborhood of $654,000. And it really is out of reach for the average homeowner, even with this anti-speculation capital gains fee in place in Hawaii. So if we're to look at the Hawaii experience, we see that that purpose has not kept the properties within reach. Who knows, without this, properties could be $1 million on the average. We don't know that. But we do know that prices continue to increase based upon demand and so forth. So whether or not it will be effective, I don't know. And just from my readings in Hawaii, I would surmise that it hasn't worked for that purpose. But I think that the opportunity to learn more about where else this has been put in place. I'm not sure if California has this, but like I said, the only one I'm familiar with in how it's worked in their jurisdiction is the Hawaii experience. Purpose is noble. I certainly conceptually support it. Little concern about what the economic impact is on property values. You don't also want to hurt those that have properties now and sell, but it won't, because it's only those properties that have exchanged hands within the last 6 months to a year and then are resold. So it doesn't affect the average homeowner who may sell his property because he wants to move into a bigger house. But that's the other question I have. What happens if you move into a house, you want something and you move, and then you find a new job, a pay raise, the the wife gets a job, and then you want to move. I mean, to move into a bigger house, not to move off island. Well, no, the principal residence sold by reason of a change in place of employment would not exempt that situation where I just want to move into a bigger house and I got a pay raise and I can now buy a bigger house. So I understand what you're saying, but yes, if you had to move off island, it would be exempted. I fully realize that, and so forth. So I'm just not a little concerned about the economic impact, given what I've seen happen in other areas. But I certainly believe that somewhere along the line, with the coming boom, we have to develop something that will keep home ownership within reach of our average citizen on Guam. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have some concern with this amendment in that, in any transaction, of course, there has to be a willing seller and a willing buyer. And the way I see this is that, and if I may borrow the phrase of the minority leader, most of our people are property rich and cash poor. And sometimes we sell our property so that we can use the extra cash. I think the way I see this, what this amendment would do eventually is cause an unintended effect in that it would diminish the incentive of speculators to buy property from a willing seller, because there's really very small incentive not to do this. And again, the unintended effect here is that it would limit then the avenue by which property owners needing cash right away or needing monetary assistance right away cannot or would have a hard time finding a person to buy this property, because there's very little incentive now to do so monetarily. Again, that is my concern, is that whether it would limit really the availability of buyers to willing sellers. That's my concern, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Senator Lujan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have to stand up in opposition of this amendment, but I'm just going to make it short and sweet, okay? As we speak right now, when property change hands, you pay a capital gains tax, and this is based on the Internal Revenue Code. Internal Revenue Code. So, if you allow this amendment to go through, you cut down your capital gains taxes. So in flipping it 3 or 4 times, this government will benefit again in capital gains taxes. So again, I believe it makes us very business unfriendly. In regards to us trying to be that business friendly, we are America and Asia. These are just again anti-business moves, and we don't want to send that message out. I understand the intent of the mover of this amendment, but again, what message are we sending out with this? And we're cutting down again in our efforts to collect capital gains taxes. Again, every time the property changes hands and is bought, the owner pays the capital gains tax on that. So why do we want to discourage us making money, the government making money in the capital gains taxes? So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
On the amendment, there's been objection. As many as are in favor are Senator Gutherts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, first I want to thank my colleagues for their excellent input. I realize this was quite different in terms of legislation, very different, very unusual. But, and I know perhaps we should maybe have a bill and have a hearing on it, and that's fine with me. But what I'm trying to impress upon everyone is that we're seeing a problem in our community. And the problem is, throughout the island, all of a sudden, folks are appearing from other places and just buying up every vacant house, apartment, no matter what the condition is, to speculate on the property. And it's creating a hardship because the buyers tend to force increases in property prices as a result. So it makes it harder for our people to be able to afford to buy things when speculators are involved. I would hope that as a result of this, at least introducing this amendment, we can think about the concept and the need to respond to this problem as a legislature and perhaps come up with maybe improved legislation or another approach to deal with it. The other aspect that concerns me is to ensure that our government receives the taxes and fees that it is due when properties are sold this way. When properties are sold and bought by speculators and in very short periods of time, what mechanisms do we have in place to ensure that the Department of Revenue and Taxation is receiving the monies that our government is entitled to in the form of capital gains and other fees? So that's part of my intent, is to create that recognition that this needs to be done. So I don't have a problem, Mr. Chairman, us not acting on this at this time. Perhaps we can come back later and maybe have a bill that addresses everyone's input and then have a hearing on it. Thank you very much.
Briefly, are you withdrawing your amendment?
Oh, I'd be happy to do.
Is that what you're?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right. On the motion to withdraw the amendment, no objection. So ordered. Senator Palacios on early voting service to the community. Senator. All right, we'll move on to another Senator Respicio. Senator Respicio. Senator Respicio on an amendment to transfer authority of the Magalahan Guahan 28-150. So it's Section 4, Chapter 4, Part 1 of Public Law 28-150. Additive language at the bottom is, however, Imagalahin Guahan shall not transfer funds into any government department, agency, office, instrumentality, or entity that has violated the reporting requirements listed in the Act.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I offer this amendment to really see if this legislature is serious about following self-imposed mandates. As you know, in the 2006 budget, there was a reporting requirement for all the agencies to submit, and I think this was done under the guise of transparency and accountability. And then you had all these agencies did not comply, and in the 2007 budget, they were forgiven. And then we recently learned from the public auditor that there were at least 46 agencies that didn't comply. And there's some talk within this legislative body that maybe we need to decide whether or not some of these agencies will be forgiven. Now, a concern I have here, Mr. Chairman, is when the administration was before this legislature and they were asked specifically, would you take a 5% de-appropriation over a 15%, Mr. De La Rosa was very clear that they'd prefer a 5% over a 15%. And in just observing that kind of interaction from the back of the room, I suspect that to be willing to take a 5% de-appropriation and comply with the law without any discussion on what this impact will be to the operating budgets of the agency, I suspect, Mr. Chairman, that perhaps the administration is thinking that the governor can use his transfer authority as a way to backdoor these funds to go back to the very agencies that didn't comply. And so this amendment will make it put a prohibition that Imagalahin Guahan shall not transfer funds into any government department, agency, office, instrumentality, or entity that has violated the reporting requirements listed in Section 3, Chapter 6 of this Act. Okay. Mr. Chairman, when I look at the Bill 74, and when I hear our governor on the media saying that he has a meeting with Standard & Poor's on the 29th of April, and how the Standard & Poor's they're looking to see whether or not this government is serious about implementing some sound fiscal policy. I think that by putting this amendment here, it would demonstrate to the bond people that here we have a very fine example of how the legislature imposes mandates to provide transparency, accountability, and how the legislature is going to require that these agencies follow the law. And that's what it's really about, Mr. Chairman, is following the law. And if any agency does in fact need to have a supplement as a result of this de-appropriation, then the most proper way to do that is through a supplemental process that we can have after we deliberate on Bill 74. But to not put this amendment in, to put any exemptions to any agencies in this bill would be sending the wrong message to the bond market that we're not serious about putting our financial house in order, that we're not serious about committing to sound fiscal policies, that we have all these self-imposed mandates, and it's okay for agencies to not comply because we simply forgive them. They were forgiven once, and that's an understanding because it's a new law that was put out. And I just keep thinking about the saying, you fool me once, shame on me. You fool me once, shame on you. You fool me twice, shame on me. And let's not have bring any shame to this legislature and to this legislative process, and send the message that we're very serious, that when we have laws need to be followed. So I'm really looking forward to the vote on this amendment, and I'm really asking the legislature to see this provision as a way that we can send a strong message and give the governor some kind of ammunition that he needs to demonstrate that we're very serious about some sound fiscal policies that we must have contained here in Bill 74, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Lujan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think you're going to find anyone in this room that would disagree in what the good senator had said, and I agree exactly with what you're saying. However, we're caught in this dilemma, Mr. Chairman, at this point, because the biggest violators to date in regards to the reporting requirements as we speak is Guam Public School System. And if we were to impose, again, that's why we're in this dilemma. If we were to impose, again, the penalties upon the Guam Public School Systems, there will not be any school tomorrow or the next day. So I understand that. I understand that. But we have a duty as well to keep these entities open. Now, I understand maybe should be an amendment that whoever is responsible for non-reporting thereof, most especially in critical agencies, maybe they lose their jobs. But for us to impose it and then hinder, again, that the students, our school students, will be, again, have to suffer the consequences because we're imposing law. Now, I understand we have to impose it, but there are things that are in place right now. I mean, that we're going to impose. The biggest violator, again, right now is the Guam Public School System. So that's the dilemma we're in, is this body cannot allow the school system to close down because they're in violation. And, and maybe the good chairman of finance can maybe put the numbers together. He may have it on top of his head that if we were to impose the violations, how much of that will have to would be the fine, basically. What does that yield to the balance of the Guam Public School System today if we were to impose on that? So I'm wondering if the good author of this amendment may have an amendment to that in regards to the critical agencies and maybe penalties imposed upon those responsible, so we won't allow, again, the agency to close down. We cannot allow, again, Guam Public School System to close down.
Mr. Chairman, I have a request. I just have a request. BBMR is here, and this is the most opportune time to ask BBMR why they didn't comply with the law. You have to please understand that this is a point of information that it's an automatic deappropriation. If any entity needs a supplemental budget, then they have to go through this budgetary process, and it would be up to the legislature to determine whether or not those funds need to be restored to them. And I think BBMR needs to be brought in.
Real quick, this is a matter of protocol. Senator Lujan had the floor.
Yeah.
And I understand that your motion. Senator Cabo is next. If you have a point of information you'd like to bring or point of order, I'll be happy to entertain it.
I have a point of information.
All right, go ahead with point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. BBMR is here, and I think they could provide shed some light in this issue. So my point of information is to announce that Carlos Bordalio is here, and if you could bring him in.
Okay. All right, we'll have Mr. Bordalio brought in. Senator Lujan, you still have the floor.
Well, I mean, if we can bring him in and we can get some numbers and all that.
We're having him brought in.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
All right. So we'll bring in a 1 minute recess, at which point we'll go and continue with the discussion. Committee of the whole will be in recess.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I fully appreciate the mover of this amendment and his frustration. My frustration is shared as well. You know, obviously something happened. You know, I did, when these reporting requirements were stipulated in the earlier budget law, there was some definite progress, and we saw agencies trying their best to comply with a new mandate, and we saw the progress after several quarters. The problem was something happened in the last quarter and in the first quarter of this year, where, yeah, in my humble opinion, I just felt that many agencies were neglectful in their responsibilities, and with that, some agencies were non-compliant. I think one agency was non-compliant about seven or eight violations. And, you know, again, the way the bill was constructed, or the law was constructed, there was a penalty for each violation. In one part of me, I'm saying, gosh, how could there be so much irresponsibility? And with that, if I were the boss, I'd probably hand my resignation in to the governor or to a board. If I was a chief administrator or executive overseeing some of these agencies, I would probably ask for the resignation. But whatever the reason was, the intent of this particular provision in the budget law was similar to the intent on when it comes to provisions in federal monies that are provided to the government of Guam. There's very stringent reporting requirements. And if there is non-compliance to the reporting requirements, there is also a sanction of monies to those particular agencies for those federal monies. And say, I think some of them go up to about 10%. So again, the intent of this provision is similar. For many years, the local taxpayers and the local legislative policy bodies have been appropriating money to agencies, and with these agencies, they have the responsibility of accounting for the revenues or of the taxpayers' dollars that come in to support their services, and they have to be accountable to what has come in and what has been expended, and they have to be transparent. Again, unfortunately, what occurred in the first quarter, it was just a major slide back in regards to the progress that it made in the previous fiscal year. I fully intend to keep the provisions of the reporting requirements in the fiscal year 2008 budget, but I guess I was overly ambitious, and with some of the members of our body that made amendments to the budget law for the reporting requirements and the non-compliance by many of these agencies, it led to near catastrophic deappropriations if these violations were all accounted for at the 5% level. And the reason for this provision is not to penalize an agency. it's a management tool. It's a tool to be used by management so that in a monthly and quarterly basis, they will have hard copy. They will see with this hard copy the monies that came into their agency. They'll be fully aware of what has been expended, and they can use that as a tool as they move along in managing their agencies and trying to create a more efficient environment. And also for policymakers such as the legislature, these reports sent out to us can also allow us to do our jobs better by seeing the expenditures of the agencies, seeing where they went, how they were spent out, seeing whether they are spending taxpayers' money in accordance with the appropriations that were provided by the legislative body. So it's a policymaker's tool and it's a management tool. It was never meant to be a punitive tool. So I'm going to continue on it again, but at the same time, I'm hopeful that those folks tasked with these responsibilities, that there be some accountability. And what I don't want to see occur, I don't want to see our school kids suffer because the Guam public school system failed to comply with reporting requirements. I don't want to see our men and women in uniform in both police or fire departments to suffer, or the public to suffer, because those reporting requirements for those agents were in non-compliance. I don't want to see an MIP constituent or consumer suffer as a result of public health not complying with reporting requirements. So again, Mr. Chair, the whole purpose of all this was, hey, this is a tool. Use it as a tool as a manager. We use it as a tool as a policymaker. And you know what? If there's an automatic, if you don't follow the law, there's going to be a deappropriation. You can get it back, but that with getting it back, that means coming to this body, explaining to the body why you were unable to comply with what I consider simple reporting requirements, and it's an opportunity for the body to make certain decisions. And we either go along with a deappropriation, or we make some other change. And obviously, the mover of this amendment is very concerned because of the deterioration of many of these agencies in their responsibility towards accounting towards the policymakers and towards the people of Guam. The concern I have with this particular amendment, and I'll give you an example, public health is non-compliant. With that, obviously there's a deappropriation for MIP. And obviously there's going to be, between the time of the deappropriation and the time, if any, where changes are made and whether there is a reappropriation, there may be a disruption of service. And in particular to, again, the MIP program, with the transfer authority of the governor, it may allow him the flexibility to make necessary adjustments, and with those necessary adjustments, assure a clear continuity of service. So again, I'm thankful. I mean, I congratulate the mover of the amendment. I see his frustration, and I'm looking towards members of the administration as to in fact, I'm glad to see you here, Carlos, but looking to the members of the administration as to rectifying this problem in accountability of the government and the agencies, and also finding remedies to ensure that those folks that have been tasked to spend the taxpayer's dollar that they are spending the taxpayer dollars wisely. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
All right. We have a motion on the floor. Senator Lujan, you're next to speak, and then Senator Respicio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carlos, do you have the? Oh, maybe it's here. The numbers again in regards to based on violations, right? Violations on the reporting issue. Do you have those numbers for the biggest violators?
We're currently compiling that, Senator. As you know, there are numerous violations based on the requirements, the reporting requirements as they exist in the law now. So there are a number of agencies that have several violations, and we're compiling all the data, and we will be sending out the notices of those violations as per the non-compliance with OPA's report.
Okay. Now let me ask you again, because we got to be straight with this, and I'm sure there are a couple agencies that stick out right in the top of your mind as the biggest violators. Okay. Now, am I mistaken to say that GPSS is probably very high in the list as the biggest violators of non-compliance?
GPSS is high on the list.
High on the list.
And
okay.
Given their appropriation level and 5% of that, it's quite significant if you add up all the
okay.
cumulative.
So because Carlos, this body is not going to allow a critical agency such as our schools or hospitals and stuff to close down. But somebody has to be held accountable for this, okay? Somebody has to. And we've got to put it on the table in regards to what is the amount if we were to impose, okay? The 5% and the number of violations, okay? In regards to their non-reporting thereof, okay? If you were to impose, what would that, right off the top of your head, I know you don't have it right in front of you, but if we were to impose that, the violations and the appropriation of that amount, roughly, how much would this body de-appropriate from the current appropriation to GPSS, roughly, based on violations?
Based on violations, it would practically de-appropriate their whole appropriation.
The whole appropriation.
Right.
That's my point, Mr. Chair. Is that this body, of course, will not allow such thing to happen, and because the non-violators are school students and our teachers that are not in violation thereof of that, we can't allow that to happen. But whoever is in charge and knows the law, and they know they were forgiven in a previous law that we had passed in a previous budget, people have to be held accountable for that. And if they know that they cannot be in compliance with law, they have to come to this body and say, hey, can you we don't have the mechanism, we don't have the expertise, we don't have this, because Mr. Chairman, we will be dealing again with this situation next year and the year after and years after that. There is no stimulus that would allow, again, knowing that they're going to be waived from the violation, knowing that the violators of such statute will be forgiven, most especially when it comes to critical agencies. So people or divisions, whatever they may be, have to be held accountable. And if there's nobody held accountable, is what we put in statute something that cannot be enforced? And maybe that's the case. Maybe there are no mechanisms to do that. But we have to know that. But if there is a mechanism, and I know there's a mechanism because there are agencies that have adhered to policy, to statute. So I can't buy that argument that there are no mechanisms, that this body had come up with some kind of fraudulent type entity to be able to report these things to this body. But we have to know, and Carlos had just said that if we were to impose the de-appropriation again on the biggest agency of this island, then the rest of the appropriation will be de-appropriated, and there will be no school tomorrow. But again, we would have, and I we urge the board to take action, and looking at the violators, to impose what needs to be imposed so they can bring them up to speed. Again, Mr. Chairman, we're going to be faced with this next budget and years to come again. And with that, Carlos, thank you very much for that. And I'm sure you have other agencies that are critical as well that didn't report. And so we have to go on down the line as well. And so, again, hold either divisions, individuals, or agency heads, if that's the case, responsible for non-compliance to law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Senator Respicio.
Mr. Chairman, I'm really grateful that I moved this amendment, because the discussion that's just taken place over the last 20 minutes is a discussion that I believe this committee of the whole should have been having. Like I said, when the administration was here, and the speaker asked John De La Rosa whether or not they could take a 5% or a 15%, because in some of the cases there's a three different violations, so that would be 5% for each violation. And I understand that the chairman might move to just make it 5% in general. There was really no concern about this de-appropriation law until the idea of prohibiting a transfer of fund into those agencies surfaced. I'm very pleased to see Carlos Bordalio here, and I'm hoping that he would continue to be with us for the remainder of this budgetary process. I have a couple questions for Carlos, because it's interesting how the previous speaker was saying if a de-appropriation were to occur. Now, according to the law, the de-appropriation is automatic, is it not?
That's my reading of the law.
You provided us with a listing of what their adopted level would be versus a 5% appropriation reduction, then the revised levels at 5%. Was the 5% appropriation reduction required by this law done for all non-compliant agencies as of the first quarter of 2007?
No, there hasn't been any de-appropriation effectuated at this point.
And that first quarter is December 2006. Did anything happen after December 2006 to now?
No, we did not receive the auditor's report until April 10th, I believe.
So as of April 10th, and I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt here, Carlos, because I don't believe you needed the auditor's report to comply with the law. These de-appropriation, and thank God for the public auditor for doing something like this, and obviously it's required to do so. But if BBMR was doing its job quarter after quarter, monitoring these reporting requirements, these automatic 5% appropriation or de-appropriation would have already occurred. Now, after the auditor's report to present, have any of these non-compliant agencies been de-appropriated?
No, not yet. We haven't notified the agencies of the appropriation. I think that's a requirement that they be notified prior to.
And what are you waiting for, Carlos?
We're still compiling the numbers with regards to the de-appropriation, as well as the assessment of 5% of the fiscal year revenues for the autonomous agencies that don't get any appropriation.
Yeah, but you've just provided us with a spreadsheet giving the scenarios of the non-compliant agencies and what a 5% impact would have been to those agencies. Now you're telling me that you have not de-appropriated a single penny from any of the non-compliant agencies?
I don't think that the law is optional with regards to setting a target level of it's a de-appropriation per violation, and as I had mentioned to the previous senator, that some of these agencies would be de-appropriated down to zero.
What is the total amount in appropriation reductions?
just based on a 5% scenario, on the general fund side, we're probably looking around $26 million.
Now, why wasn't that amount factored into the Bill 74 prior to the governor? Why wasn't it factored in as part of the governor's submission, agency by agency?
The appropriation again, Senator. We got the auditor's non-compliance or report of those agencies that were non-compliant with the reporting requirements on April 10th, and I believe we had already transmitted the bill prior to that date.
Do you have any intentions of complying with the law that requires an automatic deappropriations? I want the legislature to understand that this amendment I'm proposing really would prevent the governor from transferring any money into the agencies that were non-compliant. Do you have, as a back means of back channeling these funds back to these agencies and circumventing the law? I want to ask you, do you have any intentions of complying with this law that was imposed as a means of providing transparency and accountability?
Yeah, we have every intention of complying with the law.
And based on your own understanding of the law, what are your timelines?
My understanding is that after we receive the report, we have a 15-day window to notify the agencies of their imminent deappropriation. So, as I mentioned before, we are in the process of now assessing the deappropriation amounts for each agency, as well as the revenues, the fiscal year revenues, and the 5% application of an assessment there for the autonomous agencies that do not receive appropriation.
And after you've noticed them, you have 15 days to notice them?
That's correct.
And does that notice, would that notice accompany the notice also that they've been automatically deappropriated, or do you notice them and then you have another so many number of days to deappropriate, or?
I believe it's once the notice has been served, the deappropriation would take effect.
Have BBMR already begin to quantify what this 5% deappropriation would mean to the agencies with respect to personnel, and how it would impact that object category?
We are quantifying that, and as well as the effect of the law with the appropriation based on violation. And as I mentioned, some agencies would actually be taken down to zero appropriation, and so that's my understanding anyway of how the violations occur. I think it's 5% per violation, and so for some of the larger agencies with larger appropriations.
I mean, the chairman, Chairman Calvo has already said. I think there's consensus among the legislature, and he has an amendment to just have a maximum of a 5% impact. He said that that law should have been written better to make sure that it was only a 5%. I don't think it was anyone's intent to do a 5% per violation and then just have the agencies have nothing. But my concern is that if any agency were to be forgiven, then there would have to be specific language to repeal or to exempt those agencies from that certain requirement. And I caution this legislative body that, Mr. Chairman, that if we're going to begin to exempt one agency in the current Bill 74 process, then I think an amendment to just repeal that whole mandate should follow. I just don't want to see the legislature working in conjunction with the administration to help the governor put a plan together to present to Standard & Poor's to say that we're serious about following mandates and imposing sound fiscal policies, and then for Standard & Poor's to see in our own Bill 74 that certain agencies were exempted from complying with a mandate imposed by the legislature. And they're very astute. They're not only going to see that we forgave them once, we've even forgiven them twice. and the previous speaker. I know that there's mixed emotions here because I certainly don't want to impact on the operations of the Guam public school system, but I don't think anybody in our community will expect any leader here on the island to just keep giving GPSS a blank check without having any kind of accountability. So what I'm proposing, and I'm glad that BBMR is here, what I am proposing is that this automatic deappropriation, we have to recognize that this is the law and that the appropriation is automatic. So the legislature doesn't have to take action to go and deappropriate from these departments or entities of the government, the line agencies. What we have to do, Mr. Chairman, is have these agencies come back via the governor, via BBMR, and request of this legislature to reinstate some of these funds, so we can have an opportunity to ask them to go back to that whole budgetary process. Legislature from time to time does the supplemental appropriations, and I want to ask Carlos if, when you do the deappropriations, is your agency prepared to submit a supplemental budget package? Have you spoken with the governor about what's your intent to try to mitigate some of the fiscal impact this law would have to the agencies under your control? What's the remedy?
We're hopeful that the remedy would be an amendment.
Carlos, that's my problem. You just want to be forgiven. You were forgiven in the current fiscal year. You want to be forgiven again without even demonstrating to the legislature some remorse, without even telling the legislature, we met with the governor, we met with the governor's fiscal team, and we're starting to put a budget together agency by agency to let the legislature know what the impact of that law is. You've never once, any representative administration, never once represented to this legislature that you're going to comply with the law. You're just banking on the fact that you will comply with the law, but for as long as the governor has transfer authority, that's a back way of channeling these funds back into those agencies. I don't want to be disruptive of any critical service, but I also don't want to provide a mechanism by which you guys can continue to circumvent the law. And I just want to know, Carlos, why wouldn't you represent to the legislature that you are going to find out from each agency why they didn't comply with the law? They don't have the personnel to do it? I mean, if we're just going to have all these self-imposed mandates that no one's going to follow, but yet keep giving the public auditor work to do and no one's going to follow her recommendations, why do we do that to the Office of the Public Auditor? When the public auditor could be concentrating her efforts on other areas that many of us have requested her. But instead, she's derailed because of all this bureaucratic policies that we mandates, and then yet when the consequence is ready to be handed down, we just hope that we can be forgiven. I don't think our people believe us anymore, Mr. Chairman, when we say we're serious. If this impacts GPSS, let GPSS come back and resubmit a budget to the legislature. Let GPSS tell this legislature why they didn't comply with the 5% deappropriation. Let all the 46 agencies that didn't comply come back in here and tell us why they didn't comply. But for GPSS to simply write a one-page letter offering the audacity to offer an amendment language on how they can be exempted, the audacity, Mr. Chairman, a one-page letter on how they can be exempted from an $8 million per violation. Simple. And I don't blame these agencies, Mr. Chairman, because we're not serious. We're not serious about letting people follow these mandates because we forgave them once. And now there's probably already some deal that was made, some commitment that was made that they're going to be forgiven again. And I'll tell you why I introduced this amendment. To smoke that kind of thing out, to vet this process, to have these agencies come in here and say it's going to impact personnel. There was no discussion about the impact to personnel or the impact to existing contractual obligations because there was a loophole that someone thought maybe the governor can just transfer money back in. Now I'm hoping that we put this amendment in. I'm hoping that we send a strong message to the bond market that we're serious about having sound fiscal policies. I'm hoping that BBMR will do its job and to get with every single agency and find out why they didn't comply with this de-appropriation requirement. And Carlos, if you think it's a bad law, have the governor come out and say it's a bad law.
I don't think it's a bad law in its intent. In fact, in our 2008 transmittal of the executive budget, we have the reporting requirements, although our reporting requirements weren't as stringent as the reporting requirements within what was passed.
You know what you also have in the 2008 budget? You testify one day that you want to exempt the governor from the allotment control process, yet the very budget you submit has all those exemptions. I think you just photocopy whatever the prior budget was and then submit it to the legislature. And the legislature takes whatever the governor submits and then passes it.
I'm not
No, there is, Carlos. In the 2008 budget, the very thing that you guys are saying that you've tied the governor's hands and you subjected everyone and every thing to the allotment process, you have preserved that same provision in the 08 budget that you want those same exemptions. So don't tell me that you put this in the 08 budget because it's something you support. Mr. Chairman, I'm asking this legislative body to, at the very least, from now until the governor meets with Standard & Poor's, to demonstrate by way of putting this amendment in the Bill 74 that we're serious. Because we have been on notice that there's a possibility of a downgrading of our bonds. Can you imagine the ripple effect of what that would happen if all the people who can call in their bonds and in the overriding consequence of federal receivership that I've been maintaining is on the horizon, and yet we do things like this because we know that the money can be channeled back. And Chairman Calvo was correct. I'm absolutely beyond frustration when we say that our revenue projections are going to be this much and our revenue estimates match our expenditures, and we don't get the report until after the end of the fiscal year. Public auditor cannot talk about it until it's been audited. By then, the damage has been done. Mr. Chairman, I want every single member to demonstrate their commitment to sound fiscal policy, and don't worry about GPSS being closed down. Because BBMR, if they did their job, they would go to these agencies, they would prepare a budget packet to the legislature, and they would get their budgets approved in the right way. So we can vet out and we can get to the bottom and the true reason of why these agencies remain non-compliant. But to forgive them, to vote down my amendment, you're just condoning that kind of mismanagement and that kind of unacceptable practice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Ishizaki, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I think every department head should be held accountable. But I got a couple questions from Carlos just to get back into this. You know, for the current budget, fiscal year budget, in the reporting requirements, which are nobly done, what has changed? What changed in this particular budget act from prior budget acts as far as reporting requirements?
Yeah, one significant change that we saw was that there's a monthly staffing pattern requirement as opposed to a quarterly staffing pattern requirement that was imposed last year. And in fact, we have those same reporting requirements in our proposed 2008 budget. And that appeared to be manageable. But if you can imagine GPSS coming up with a monthly staffing pattern and submitting that manually, electronically, and posting it on the website, the volume of paper that would be generated on a monthly basis just for GPSS alone to comply with the monthly staffing pattern reporting requirement, it would be very onerous and extreme burden on them to dedicate the man hours to do that, as well as the cost.
Okay, with prior fiscal years, it was a quarterly reporting requirement. So that's different. What else changed? There was a staffing pattern requirement?
Staffing pattern requirement. There's some special reporting requirements that are delineated in the OPA's report that are specific to certain agencies, and those are spelled out again in the report as well as in the law, of which GPS had some special reporting requirements. BBMR had some special reporting requirements, but other than that, the quarterly financial reporting requirement, I think the change there on the expenditure side is the posting and the violation per for each reporting requirement that you do not meet in terms of electronic, manual, or website posting. There was a 5% application. I don't believe that was there in last year's budget.
I agree. You know, the new mandates by our laws to require every agency to have a website, I think that was pretty reasonable, wasn't it, as a request, as a requirement?
Right.
Yeah. So perhaps I'm going to proffer to you, did we overly demand from agencies by requiring monthly reporting versus quarterly reporting?
In terms of the amount of work that would have to go into something like that, I believe it's quite ambitious. Something that may be workable is a quarterly reporting requirement, but maybe a monthly update of changes in if there's any change to the staffing pattern that that occurred during the month, maybe just a listing of, but to generate a staffing pattern each month, that's quite burdensome.
That's an interesting comment. So perhaps my question would be, perhaps we should go back to quarterly reporting requirements, and then the update should be the changes and not necessarily repeat the staffing pattern reported.
That might be something that's more manageable.
Okay. And finally, how much education was done by BBMR to the department heads and to the agencies on the change in the reporting requirements?
We had a circular that went out on the reporting requirements from the previous budget, but with regards to the current budget, the monthly reporting requirements and the violation per electronic, manual, and that was we're in the process now of informing them that the reporting requirements have changed from last year's budget.
Yeah, I suspect that we had a gap in training, and I think when you have a change in requirements, we should make sure everybody is aware of the change. Do you agree with me that appropriately holding department heads accountable for not complying with mandates, that there should be some sanctions?
There should be sanctions, yes.
Okay, and I agree with you, Carlos. There should be some sanctions to hold department heads and departments accountable. However, to be excessively abusive in de-appropriations, are we not gonna cause greater problems for running the whole government and GPSS?
Yes. Yeah, excessive de-appropriation, especially beyond their expenditure level, is unmanageable.
All right, thank you, Mr. Badayo. And Mr. Chair, I agree. I agree with Senator Rory that department heads and departments need to be held accountable to comply with